the December 15, 2022 Planning Commission hearing. I will now call the hearing to order at 1:03 p.m. Ms. Fennessy, can we please have roll call?
Thank you. I'll start with Chair Bonderson,
Here.
Commissioner Bauke,
Here.
Commissioner Higgins,
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Wardlow is running a little late, but she will be here. And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. With that, let's move on to our preliminary matters. So let's start with requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or ex-agenda items. Ms. DeBusk, do we have any?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We have none.
Thank you. And do we have any announcements or appeals?
Also none.
Thank you. And we are now on item C, review, consideration, and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes for December 1st, 2022, and Planning Commission Resolution number 01322 for 540 West Pueblo Street and 521 West Junipero Street. I will open this up to my fellow commissioners. Are there any Planning Commissioner comments for either the minutes or the resolution? I see none. Are there any public speaker comments for any of the minutes or resolutions, Ms. Fennessy?
Thank you. I did not receive any speaker slips, and I do not see any hands raised.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for the minutes or resolution together?
I'll move the minutes and the resolution, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner Wiscombe, excuse me, and we have Commissioner Lodge seconds. Thank you. All right, well, that takes us, oh, pardon me, yes. Let's open this up for a roll call, for a vote on the minutes and resolution, please, Ms. Fennessy.
Thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. I got excited there, moving too fast. So now we move on to comments from members of the public pertaining to items that are not on today's agenda. Do we have any comments, public comment, either in person or in the room, Ms. Fennessy?
Thank you. We did not receive any speaker slips, and if you would like to make a general public comment, please use the hand raise icon on Zoom. I do not see any remote public commenters, so I'll hand it back to the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Well, with that, we will move right on into item 3. We have 2 items today, and we will start with item 3A. This is for a project located at 533 East Mitchell-Traina Street. Do any commissioners have any ex parte communication that they need to disclose at this time? No, I see none. Thank you. We have project planner Megan Arciniega from the city here to give a staff presentation. Ms. Arciniega, the floor is yours. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you,
All right,
Chair.
go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson, Commissioners. My name is Megan Arciniega. I'm the project planner on the condominium project at 533 East Mitchell-Traina. The project is located on East Mitchell-Traina at its cross-section with Salsa Puedes Street, which is a newer street next to the former St. Francis Hospital site. As we zoom out, you can see it's between Arriaga and Mitchell-Traina Street on the corner. There's an existing 3-story mixed-use condo development on the site, and then with its associated parking lot, 2-tiered parking lot. Here's a picture of the St. Francis Hospital back in 1999, so you can see its adjacency to that. At that time, Salsa Puedes Street was not a formal street. It was an alleyway or a driveway entrance to the hospital. Since that time, it's now been formalized as a street, and that plays into the development and the history of this project we'll go into in just a minute. It's also, in addition to the street changing, this change of use in this area has really been an area of transition. It initially was a residential area. Then when the hospital went in, it was rezoned to office, medical, and then after the hospital went away, it went back to residential. So it's flip-flopped a few times in the city's history. Its current zoning is for multi-unit residential. So like I said, the existing mixed-use building was constructed in 1987. That's when the hospital was still there. In 1997, the city adopted our pedestrian master plan. And this is a master plan trying, with the goal of improving our walkability and pedestrian access throughout the city, improving sidewalks, and improving sight lines and safety throughout the city. So it really results in better sidewalks, more public improvements. As projects go in, they comply with the pedestrian master plan. In 2006, the hospital was demolished and the housing was constructed, and at that time, the alley was converted to a formal street. So the street, the sidewalk on the opposite side of the project was then converted to a formal sidewalk to comply with the pedestrian master plan. But the side of the street that our project sits wasn't yet improved. In 2011, then the zone changed from medical office to residential. This is important because the setbacks that apply to the parcel actually changed, and then as did the open yard requirements. So all this has happened since the mixed-use building has been sitting on site. So it is existing non-conforming and is allowed to remain as in that condition, but the new project would be subject to the current zoning regulations. And then in 2013, the average unit size density incentive program ordinance was passed, and that's the ordinance that encourages denser residential units. It can be either condos or rentals. The city encourages construction of new residential units by providing incentives for developers like reduced open yard, flexibility on certain setback requirements to really bring housing stock into the city. The project that you're looking at is taking advantage of the AUD ordinance. It's only 6 units, but it's compiled with the other 2 units that exist on site, so it's a total of 8 units in using the medium density allowances. So here's an aerial view of the project site. There it is. You can see the mixed-use building and the 2 stepped parking lot. Behind it is a remainder parcel that actually belongs to the hospital. The applicant team has worked tirelessly through this application to try to acquire that parcel to no avail, and they can speak to that more. It would have benefited the project for sure to be able to have the additional room, but they were not able to do that. So the project's being developed on the upper tier of that parking lot and kind of over the existing parking area. Here's a view of the project site from Mitchell-Terena Street and looking up north-south Zapuedes. You can see on the right, we have the newer public improvements, and on the left, the lack of sidewalk on north-south Zapuedes Street. Also, this curved ramp on the left corner is proposed to be improved to current ramp standards per public works requirements. Here's a view looking into the parking lot, the lower one, and the upper one where the project building would sit. And then looking up north-south Zapuedes Street, and you can see both the housing on the right and then the medical offices on the left. And then looking down north-south Zapuedes Street. And as you can see, it's a fairly steep street. I believe it's, I want to say 17% grade. It's in 15% grade, thank you, from the applicant team. Pretty steep for developing, and that plays into the project design as well, because we do have to accommodate stormwater and public improvement requirements. So the project would add 6 units to a new building, infill development adjacent to the existing 3-story building that already has 2 residential condos and the medical offices. It would sit above the existing building. And for this project approval, there's 4 decisions required. A tentative subdivision map, which is the action that subdivides the parcel to allow for condo development and sale of those units as individual units. Mm-hmm. An open yard modification, so allowing reduced standards for open yard requirements, and then an interior and front setback modification. Your commission reviewed this project previously back in September 2021, as you might recall. Mm-hmm. This project's been in the works for a while, and it's had its complications because of the slope and different constraints on the site. So in September last year, the applicant requested to come to your commission and get feedback on the supportability of the mods that were being requested. Because whenever we have multiple mods, we want to kind of get a temperature of whether or not that's a supportable direction to go before continuing further. So they opted to do that. In review of the project, your commission directed them to work a little harder to reduce the need for mods. That's pretty common for a new build. We want to try and take the opportunity to really bring buildings into conformance with our current standards. So the applicant worked very much on the design in a number of ways. I will let them go into the most detail on that because they are the experts on their design. But I can tell you they revised it in multiple ways, pulling in any encroachments into the setbacks that were identified to them and removing the need for all the modifications except the open yard requirement, although that even then they worked to enlarge the open yard, but there wasn't a way to get the open yard to meet the standards that apply. So that was their proposal, and they resubmitted after. And then there was a late discovery by staff that there are actually additional setback requirements that weren't taken into consideration when we first gave our feedback to the applicant. It's an unfortunate find late in the game, but it stands that that's how the ordinance is written. So really the project needs to meet those standards. So we worked with the applicant in trying to, again, pull anything back that we could, redesign and kind of come up with the best solution, but it still resulted in the need for a front setback and an interior setback mod. But in looking at it, the additional requirements really created a unique situation that we're not seeing on most properties in town. And so staff does believe that this is a unique site and there are reasons that we can support those modifications. So moving on to the 4 actions that are requested of your commission, the first being the tentative subdivision map. So just want to clarify that there are no physical changes proposed to that existing mixed-use building. That said, the new map would cover all the existing and proposed development on site. So to create that initial condo building, there was a tentative map that was approved and a final map. That's on record and it has conditions of approval. We're now doing a new map that would supersede that one. So all the conditions that apply to that condo development or the commercial medical offices are brought over into this map, and the approval includes that development on site. Staff has reviewed the tentative map with Public Works, and we found that the subdivision standards required for map approval have been met, as are the residential condominium development standards. So we have standards in place that ensure that residential condos are built to a standard of living, having open yard and outdoor space, private lockable storage, parking, individual utility metering and such. So feeling comfortable with that, we'll move on to the open yard modification. We'll dig into the nuance of the ordinance. So there's 2 purposes for open yard in the ordinance. It really gets at 2 different things. So building relief, having building relief of building structures and openness on a site, and then also providing usable outdoor amenities for residences. So when we have a ton of outdoor or open yard requirements, but those are the 2 main goals that we're getting at. And there's 2 types of open yard. There's common open yard, which is usually that building relief and openness on the site. And then there's private open yard, which is typically decks or balconies or fenced areas. But open yard is complicated. The standards for how you calculate open yard depend on the zone and the number of units. Is it single family? Is it duplex? Is it multi-unit? Is it coastal? So I counted 13 different methods for calculating open yard. So when your applicants are challenged with it, it's not for any reason. It's complex. But all of them provide essentially different balances of common versus private. If you provide more common space, then you kind of get lax standards on having private decks. But if you have really generous private areas and decks, then there are standards that allow you to relax your common open space, all kind of get at having a little bit of both, but there's a give and take depending on which standards apply to that zone. And like I said earlier, for the AUD or average unit density incentive projects, there were specific breaks that were put in place for AUD projects to kind of make it easier to meet those standards. Unfortunately, those breaks don't apply to this project because it's not in a it's in a residential zone. So if it was in a commercial zone, which is probably what you're more common seeing at the Planning Commission, you'll see a different combination of open yard. So here's an example. So here's our site. The applicant has identified some ground level area. This is the area that would count towards the 15% net lot area that they would need for open yard, the openness on site. However, the top portion doesn't count because it's less than 10 feet wide. So there's a 10-foot by 10-foot minimum dimension. On the right side, that's also not 10 feet wide. And then in the front, that area is in the setback. So none of that area, although it's nice and provides some relief, doesn't qualify under the current standards. What the applicant has done instead is presented an alternative of providing generous decks and balconies and patios for their tenants, and in addition to that, ground level area. And so you can see in purple all the other open areas that are being proposed as part of the project, in addition to the green areas. So the open yard modification is a request to look at this configuration instead and see if it's appropriate for the site. Design review, so the project went to the Architectural Board of Review. We had them obviously look at architecture, but they also consider landscaping, building mass, and location on site, and bulk of this project. They found the openness and the open yard and landscaping to be appropriate for this project. So in order to approve an open yard modification, the findings are that it's consistent with the purposes of the specific zone district, and it's necessary to secure an appropriate improvement on the lot. Staff does find that the proposed open yard meets the intent of open yard uses of private and open relief, and that it's appropriate for the improvement on the lot. Moving on to the next action that is being requested of your commission is the interior setback modification. So setbacks in the RM zone are tiered. It's also called like wedding caked or stepped. The intent being that the upper floors are pulled in and kind of giving an openness and making buildings less blocky or bulky. But this is unique in that it's the only zone district that actually considers stories and where stories matter. All other zone districts, the only limitation is height. So the ordinance in Title 30 really clarified what is considered a story. Any areas below grade, entirely below grade, are considered basement and are not considered a story. So you have basements or crawl space areas that are underground. Those do not count as a story. When you start to have a partially exposed story or basement, you have to look at it. So it depends on how much is above grade or exposed. If it's less than 4 feet that's exposed, it does not count as a story. If the area exposed on any side is greater than 4 feet, then it does count as the first story. Even if a portion of it goes back into the hillside, like you can see here, there's a crawl space, that's still considered our first story. Then you move on to second, third, etc. So when we're comparing this to our site, there's a below grade element that has the parking area, but then the drive-in, let me back up one, so the gray in this on the left side is where the recessed parking is for the parking stackers. That's definitely basement area. But on the front of the building, interior to the lot, when you're driving into what's now the existing parking lot, there's tuck-under parking, and because that area is exposed, it counts as our first story. It's greater than 4 feet in height. So then that makes the next level the second story, third, fourth, and fifth. But when you're looking at it from Salsapueda Street, you're not seeing the first or the second, the first floor at all. You're just starting on the second. So it really reads from Salsapueda Street as this is the first floor, and that was part of the confusion in reviewing this, and the late hit is that staff alike were confused at looking at this because we really kind of were looking at it mostly from Salsapueda Street. So then you can move on and up to the other floors. So with that, what that means is that those floors actually have a higher setback requirement than you would visually expect. So even though the blue looks like it's a second story, it actually has to have a setback as a third story element, which is greater than, which is 10 feet instead of the 6 for the interior. So it's subject to a 10-foot setback instead of 6. Like I said, it reads, though, as a second story. So the staff does feel that we can support that given the situation of the building, how the building is situated on site. This moves on to the front setback modification. So it's not any different. Again, for the setbacks on South Lapeta Street, it's now a formal street, even though it wasn't previously. So it counts as a front setback, a front property line, and therefore has a front setback associated with it. And it also has to go further back in. But the front setback also has another complication, and that's that there's pedestrian improvements required to put a sidewalk in on this side of the street. Because of the pedestrian master plan that didn't previously exist, it hasn't been done to date. So this project coming in is required to put in a sidewalk. The sidewalk has to comply with accessibility standards, so it has to have a certain grade. It's a very steep street. Achieving that grade is difficult in this driveway section. For the lower driveway, they were able to achieve accessibility requirements, the slope required, and we have our engineering staff with us to kind of speak in further detail about this. So the lower driveway doesn't have this issue, but the driveway going into the new building does. This engineering solution was to jog the sidewalk path into the property and create a flat space. This also served a second purpose, and that's for drainage. So as water's coming down slope from the street, without having this path created there, water would go directly into the garage of the building and would have to be pumped out and would be a maintenance issue. It's not ideal. And so this jogged sidewalk actually has a second purpose, and that is to help with stormwater. That being said, that jog then creates a public improvement. Our setbacks are measured from the back of public improvement. So now the front setback not only is irregular in shape, but it's further back than expected. So this is a pretty unique situation. I do want to say it does happen in the city. We've had our engineering folks confirm we do have this condition in other areas. It's just very, very rare. Obviously, the most preferable treatment is to be able to not have a jogged property setback line. But this is not the only condition on this site. So like I said, there's also an improvement of the ramp down at the corner on Mitchell-Trina Street. That also creates a curve and a public improvement and a curved property line and curved setback line. So this is just a unique, irregular shaped property line from here on out. There's really not a way of getting around that. So those are the four requests are for the tentative map for the condos, open yard modification, the front property line, front setback modification, interior setback modification. Staff believes that there are uniqueness to this property, so we can recommend support of the project. We've identified findings for your commission in section X of the staff report, in addition to conditions of approval. And as I stated, those conditions wrap in both the proposed development, but also the existing development of the mixed-use building. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Arciniega. Now we will hear from the applicant, so I will welcome the speakers to come forward. And before you present, I'm going to ask each of you to just present your name and remind us your relationship to the project before I start your timer. I also want to remind you, you'll have 15 minutes to present. Any amount of time that you don't use, you can then reserve to respond to public comment if you wish. So you could plan it that way, or we'll see what happens when you're done. So I welcome you to begin. Before I set the timer, please present your name and for the record and your relationship to the project. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Bonderson, my name is Melissa Turner. I am with DesignArc. Here with me are the applicant team, Mark Kirkhart, founding partner of DesignArc, Jane Gray from Dudek, our planner, Andrew Fuller from Civil Engineer from Ashley and Vance. We have James Enyart here from the owner's rep, and then also Kim True is available remotely to answer any questions. I will just relay her landscape plan on her behalf.
Wonderful. So in the event that any of the other team members come forward before they speak, I'll just remind you, each of you, to present yourself for the record and catch your name then. But Ms. Turner, if you're ready, you'll have 15 minutes starting now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Speak into the mic, will be a little easier for everyone to hear.
Is that
Thank you.
better?
Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I just want to first thank Megan. That was an incredible presentation. Blew my mind. The additional exhibits were extremely helpful, so if it was confusing to you, I could promise you that that was actually incredible. Megan and staff has done an incredible job already talking about the project history, so I will try not to repeat them. Just some brief overview. Next slide. These are a couple of the aerials that supplement the information that staff provided. This is the historic old St. Francis Hospital abutting our project. Next. Here's the footprint of the Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital Workforce Housing Project. And here's our project site. I think you're already pretty familiar with. In yellow, in the foreground, you'll see against Mitchell Torino Street is our old building that was originally designed by DesignArc. The green area is a 30-foot parcel to the north of us that doesn't belong to this project. And then in red, you can see kind of a delineation of the Sasapueda Street with the conversion of the old driveway that unfortunately caused an interior lot line to convert to a secondary front lot line with more stringent front setbacks. Next, please. We talked about the project. This is an AUD condo market rate for sale product. We now have a total of 8 units, including the 2 existing ones, with a proposed density of 16 dwelling units per acre. Since the last time we were at Planning Commission, we've strived to redesign the project and to eliminate as many of the mods or improve as many of the design features or waivers we were seeking. Since then, we lost 1 unit. Next slide, please. Here's a proposed second floor plan on the left-hand side, and the previous floor plan on the right-hand side, shown in red, is the unit that we eliminated and lost. In dark red are the architectural projections that we had previously that were in the front and interior setbacks. And then in green on your left-hand side, you could see that in our redesign and reprogramming effort, we were able to even enlarge the common open roof deck area by nearly doubling its size. Next. Here's a third level plan. Again, on the right-hand side, the previously proposed, you can see the unit 4, I believe, was encroaching into the 20-foot setback. So our goal since the last time we met was to eliminate as many conditions as we could that seemed perhaps less compliant with the project. We enlarged open yard areas where we could. In this case, we've made progress both on private, common, and also landscaped areas on grade. Next. As for the site planning, there were some comments provided to us about improving the conditions of the transformer. I think that was actually coming from Ms. Wiscombe too. In making those changes, we lost 2 parking spaces in the lower level parking lot. The transformer was relocated. You can see that on your left-hand side where the proposed site plan is, with an abundance of landscaping. So more screening provided this go around. And then some additional landscaping once the driveway was redesigned with the help of our civil engineer and public works, and some additional bike parking. That's kind of summarizes what's on this sheet, but we can. And then, of course, all the other right-of-way dedication and enlargement that we did to meet the PMP, Pedestrian Master Plan design standards. Next, please. I don't think I need to do this since Megan did such a great job. I will just say that we did, I think, our due diligence and worked diligently with staff about eliminating as many of the mods and improving our conditions, design conditions to meet zoning standards. There is no parking modification required on the project since the AUD parking at 1 space per unit requirement is met. These just remaining new technical mods, kind of late hits for us, were a byproduct of both some good engineering for the right-of-way improvements, as well as an unintended consequence of the existing tuck-under parking. The truth is, if there was no tuck-under parking, the building would be the exact same mass, height. It would still be considered a 3- and 4-story building. So unfortunately, it was a bit of a mishap, but we understand. We did do our homework and check with both the California Building Code and the chief building official, and although they're at odds with zoning, building staff confirms that that level of parking does not constitute a story. Next, please. We talked a little bit about some of the site plan changes. I just point out here on the lower left-hand side is that two-directional ADA ramp and reconfiguration of the sidewalk that Megan was referring to, with some of the dedication with that curved property line. Can we go back one, Megan? Sorry. This lower level lot now has 13 parking spaces since the loss of parking we incurred. Next, please. Upper level lot where the building begins, the sidewalk continues and jogs as we looked at earlier. We did some interior reprogramming here just to try to simplify the project and the parking. The driveway shifted a little further south, and then in doing so, we've relocated the circulation course, so the lobby and elevator is pushed more to the north. We still have an additional loading zone provided, storage, bike storage, and the stacked parking and ADA parking. Next, please. So as you move on up to our first level of units, these are 2-story and 3-story townhomes. The 3-story townhomes are located to the north side. The 2-story townhomes are located to the south side or towards the left. This is where we talked about some of the common open space being enlarged, also a byproduct of when we relocated the stair and elevator. So fairly generous, over 1,000 square feet of roof deck, which would have some amazing views downtown and also to the mountains, to the Riviera. Next, please. So this 3-story townhomes to the north have an upside-down unit floor plan. As you can see, there's a bedroom on the first level, the second level, and then as you move up one more, Megan, the living spaces are up on the 4th floor with, again, generous open, private open spaces. Next. Here's our roof plan. I think this was a comment from both Ms. Bonderson and Ms. Wiscombe, too, to show the dedication for solar panels. Those are highlighted there. And then a quick building section to try to highlight the stacked parking configuration. We had a kind of a complicated version of this previously. Now it's a little bit more solidified. It's a tandem triple stack with a pit level. Here you can see on the bottom left-hand side the surface parking that's existing that tucks into the building that we've discussed. I'd like to point out here the building height. Given the slope site and the slight slope both north-south and east-west, we've done our best to try to stay under the 45-foot height limit, but in section, these units only have 8-foot ceilings, and at the very top right-hand corner, even a plate height of 7'6". So we're really trying to minimize where we can and be friendly to our neighbors. To the right-hand side is just an example image of the two stacked, or a version of the 2 or 3-level stacked parking with some privacy gates in the front. These are fairly common, and I think there's just a new one that was installed in San Luis Obispo that people can enjoy as well. Next, please. We'll talk a little bit about architecture, but I'm trying to leave some of my time. This is a composite elevation. You can see on the lower hand side the existing building and the new building. We decided to design the new building in a Spanish colonial revival architecture, more responsive and related to the buildings to the north and to the east of us, also befitting to our neighborhood. Next. These are our south and east elevation. Wedding cake tier, pulling back the massing. You can see the south elevation, the 3-story component is pulled back, 40 some odd feet on the right-hand side, and the east elevation, nice composition of layers of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Next, please. Here's your north and west elevation. You can see some of the grill work for the garage component on the lower level and some of the balconies and decks that are shown here. Some of them are Juliet balconies, other are mansard roof balconies. A little composition of our typical architectural detailing to expect on this project. You might be familiar with this one. This is our more legacy, newer project for the Californian Hotel downtown. And you can see some of the details that we talked about, more elaborate roof eaves and corbels, copper gutters, decorative fixtures, and lighting. On the landscape plan, on behalf of Kim True, I'm going to just read her statement. The landscape plan proposes to retain as many large mature plantings as possible. With the addition of the new sidewalk, a number of existing small trees and shrubs have to be removed. Large specimen palms will be relocated on site. As for the new plant palette, the existing landscape, they will be blending in together with water-wise succulents, Mediterranean species, unifying the site and creating a more attractive complement in the neighborhood. We do have a Tier 3 stormwater requirement here. We've got locations with 2 different bioretention basins and permeable paving as approved by the City Public Works and Creeks Division.
Ms.
Next,
Turner,
please.
just a reminder, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes.
You can use it as you like.
This is just the common roof deck. We have some succulent potted plants. Here's some model aerial views. Just provide more context to the project. You can see the Bella Riviera to the right-hand side, some medical offices neighboring us, some other apartment complexes too. You can keep scrolling, Megan. This is another view looking east more. Here's some street view models that we've rendered. This is at the corner of Mitchell Torina and Salsa Puedes, off of Mitchell Torina, Olive Street, and then finally at the top of Arriaga and Salsa Puedes looking down, you can kind of see a little bit some of our roof eave peeking through beyond the Arriaga building. I want to thank you for your time. If you have any questions, we're here with the team. I just would like to say we've worked extremely hard on this project through COVID with our clients and staff, and Megan has been wonderful to work with, and we can't wait for this project to come to fruition for more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have 4 minutes remaining that you're welcome to use after public comment if you wish. Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. I see that we have 1 speaker slip. Give me just a moment to reset our timer so I can prepare. And while I do so, Ms. Maria Zait, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You're welcome to come up to the podium and give me just a moment. And before I let you begin, I just want to make a quick announcement for anyone in the audience who may be interested in speaking. This is a good time to fill out a speaker slip and make sure that you get into queue. If you are interested, there are speaker slips in the back of the room, and you could just walk them here forward to Ms. Fennessy while you are waiting. I will ask you, Ms. Zait, to please present your name and your relationship to the project before you begin to speak, and then I'm going to give you 2 full minutes. So before you start, just please go ahead and,
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maria Zate.
oh, Zate, excuse me.
Yeah, and I live at 601 East Mitchell Torina Street, right across from the project, the Bella Riviera project.
Okay, just a moment. You now have 2 minutes, and I'll start your timer now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to say I think this project is too big for the site. It's asking for too many modifications. My biggest concern is the increase in vehicle traffic on this particular block. As it has been mentioned in the history, this is an alleyway. It's not a normal street size. If you've ever driven down that street, I live there, you have to navigate the numerous driveways in and out. There's barely room for 2 cars to pass. And the increase of residential units brings with it much more vehicle deliveries, traffic, et cetera, numerous people parking where it says no parking. It's just not safe. I think for the size of the project, gaining 6 market rate condominiums for sale is not bringing much value to the city of Santa Barbara. It's not bringing us the housing stock that we so desperately need. This is a very desirable area. The rents in that area are extremely high. And for 6 condominiums, I think there's a lot of engineering that needs to be done. They're going to be excavating for underground stacked parking. Where are they going to stage the construction? Where are they going to haul all of the dirt that comes out of the ground, the numerous construction trucks, other equipment that's going to be needed to build this project? We are concerned that it's going to block access for 115 units, which is more than 200 cars going in and out every single day, Marburg delivery and the numerous deliveries. And that street is just simply not safe to block off one side for the duration of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fennessy, is that for this item? Thank you. And we have Heather Hudson. Ms. Hudson, if you'd like to just stay right here at the, up to the podium, and I'm going to have you just introduce yourself for the record, give us your name and your relationship to the project, then I will give you 2 full minutes.
Okay, I'm Heather Hudson, and I own the second-story condo in the medical building units up above. So when we look straight out, we're right above there.
Excellent. Your 2 minutes will begin now. Please go ahead.
I'm kind of nervous. I don't usually do this. I purchased the condo 8 years ago for the view as the main selling point, and our family members live there, and they were alarmed to see the story poles come up, and it's taking away the ocean. She said, you know, you're adding some really great views for other people to come in, but you're taking away that. So I don't oppose the building, it's the height. And I do know that the medical building has had issues too, because they enjoy ocean view as well. So it's going to take all that away. The parking. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't do this. We have people parking daily from all of the surrounding area, and we constantly have our parking spots taken away. We have to leave notes. They move to different spots. It's a daily thing. So I'm just seeing, you know, initially all the parking situation, but I also thought, well, maybe it could go down. I know that one of the people in the medical building was saying that the actual parking could be lower if you have to keep the height of the building. So anyway, my fear is that if the height of this stays is allowed, the neighboring properties, what's to stop another developer coming in, doing the same height? Then our views are all gone. So it's the enjoyment of our purchase here in Santa Barbara for our family. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. We appreciate your comment. Ms. Fennessy, do we have any other public comment here in the room?
Thank you. I did not receive any more speaker slips, but if you would like to make a remote public comment, please follow the instructions on screen and use the raise hand icon. We did receive 6 written correspondence letters, and those were distributed to the Planning Commission prior to this meeting. And at this time, I do not see any remote public commenters' hands raised, so I'll hand it back to the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. And this would be the time to double-check with the applicant team if you'd like to respond to any public comment. You do have 4 extra minutes. No? Okay, it's gone. 4 minutes are gone. Thank you. So at this time, I will go ahead and turn back to my fellow commissioners for questions. Who would like to go first? We have Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Arciniega was gracious to answer a lot of my questions, but I wanted to go into a little bit more about the conditions of approval, which start on, because to me, and Ms. Ostringer may want to weigh in here, I understand Ms. Arciniega's why some of these things were brought forward. But when I get to page 2 of the conditions of approval, to me it means conditions of approval of this project. And I get down to section 5, transportation demand management, bus passes, shower and locker facilities, a lunchroom, all things that really don't apply to this project. So I'd like some clarification on how that's handled, since that's for, from what I understand, the commercial part of the building and not the residential part, which is what we're approving now. And if there's a way to to add a clause that explains this, so we're not approving conditions that have nothing to do with the project. I guess, Ms. Ostringer. Sorry.
Chair Blunderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, I think that suggestion is a good one, that we just add a sentence in there that explains that this is what happened and that those are specific to the commercial portion of the
Okay.
property.
It's applicable should there be a redevelopment of the commercial portion. Is it now deemed legally non-conforming, or what if they want to reconfigure the commercial part but keep it commercial, the office space and everything? Then do they have to follow these conditions, including the lunchroom and the showers and all that? That's,
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiska, maybe I can respond to that. So these are conditions that were required, recorded conditions
Right.
for the original commercial development. Because we're approving condominiums here, the approval is actually a one-lot subdivision, so it's incorporating those other units and commercial development. So rather than have two different sets of conditions and trying to refer back to those, we thought it would be simpler to put everything into one document. So all this does is restate what was previously required for those units. So yes, if they were to remodel, they would need to remain consistent with these conditions of approval.
okay, because it does say that they're incorporated into the non-residential portion of the project, but we don't have a non-residential portion of this project, per se, that we're reviewing. So I just like the language to be clearer, so if that's possible, because it was extremely confusing to me.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, I just want to clarify, although there aren't physical changes proposed for the existing building, it is part of your approval today. So the map encompasses both the existing development and the new development, and your approval of the map is an action for both of those things.
Okay, okay,
And just to be clear, the conditions of approval are taken, that refer to the non-residential, are exactly what the prior conditions had, so they would have to comply with those word for word anyway, or as it stands now.
okay, thank you. I guess I'll just leave it at that then. It's just, was confusing to me. Okay. If you just bear with me, I want to, and Ms. Arciniega, just to clarify, you and I had a exchange about open yard. In this particular zone, the 15% open yard requirement would have to be on the ground floor. Is that correct? Which is not the case in some other zones.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then there was, in the letter from Dudek dated September 7th, 2022, it says, and I think, Ms. Arciniega, you brought this up. By the way, your staff report was excellent. I just wanted to say that. It was really, really, I know it was very complicated. It's a complicated project, but it was a great staff report. It says here in the applicant's letter, the city's building department has acknowledged that the California Building Code does not identify the existing tuck-under parking basement level as a story. So are they saying that our code does identify it as a story because of the entry, as you so well explained, into the garage, et cetera? So
Chair
we
Bonderson,
differ
Commissioner Wiscombe,
from-
yes.
yeah.
So it's basically just an instance where zoning code and building code are at odds with each other. We define terms differently. There's other areas of, what we consider, trying to think of a good example, public what? Habitable space. Zoning can have standards for certain things different than building. So the zoning code and for that purpose, defines what we mean when we're talking about a certain term. You define what that means in terms of the zoning code. It doesn't mean that the building code is wrong. It just means that when they go to building, they're going to require it to label it essentially as as a second story. So
Right.
that's one reason you'll see on the plans, we had the applicant, or allowed the applicant to keep the labels for both building and zoning, because when we go to compliance check, when they go in for building permits, we want to be able to not have to make them change those labels and to make sure we are consistent in our review. So you'll see on the elevations, they included both the building, this is third floor per building, fourth floor per zoning.
Right, so we're allowed as a city to have a more stringent code than the California Building Code. We can't have a less restrictive one, but we can have a more restrictive one, and in this case, it sounds like we kind of do.
It's not that it's more stringent, it's that we can apply standards to those elements as zoning, we can write standards to those, to that definition in the way that we choose.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and let's see what else I have. Oh, okay, and then I wanted to go over ABR because I found this curious, although I know this project has been through a lot, and I'm looking at two ABR minutes that are basically 2 years apart, but the ABR on March 9th, 2020 in our packet says the applicant shall comply with the 20-foot setback for both the third and the fourth stories, and they were really adamant about it. I don't have it in any significant modification request from the setback would be problematic and not acceptable. Okay, so that's rolled back to March 9th, 2020. And then we move forward to June 13th, 2022, where the ABR has shown support for size, bulk, mass, height, and scale of the project. So and I apologize because I didn't ask this question in my email, but was there significant change between those two? Is that the change that Ms. Turner described that got us to the point of ABR accepting where we are now?
Commissioner Wiscombe, yes, there were significant changes between those two review dates. Also, I do want to state that the initial reviews by design review, their minutes, were before there was any zoning plan check at all. All we knew was that there definitely were modifications that would be required. In part, the reason for the delay in returning back is that staff required the applicant to work out their zoning issues before proceeding with design, because we don't want to get too far ahead if there were a number of modifications, which there were. And so we opted or encouraged them to do the Planning Commission concept review and really work out those issues before designing any further. And then when they returned to ABR in 2022,
Yeah.
it was very much a changed project, yes.
Okay. So although the setback modifications weren't eliminated, they were, as Ms. Turner showed, they had changed to more comply with our code. Okay, that's what I thought, okay. And then my final question, and this was one I did ask you, I think it's my final question, at least for now. In viewing a city council meeting recently, they were talking about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And this project is proposing an in lieu inclusionary fee rather than building a unit. City Attorney Connect mentioned that staff was working on the details of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which I think is supported by all the council members, and they've actually allocated some funds to it now. And I'm just wondering if we can recommend, as a planning commission to city council, that this in lieu fee goes to that Affordable Housing Trust Fund, or the proposed Affordable Housing Trust Fund that's being worked out. Oh.
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscom, the city does already have an established fund where we put all of our in lieu fees.
I know.
So as it's currently set up, that's where this fee would go. However, I think it is up to the discretion of the city council if, when they create that affordable housing fund, if they want to merge the funds or make it all one, I think they would have that discretion. But the way it's currently set up, it does need to go into the in lieu fee.
But we can recommend that it go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. As a planning commission, if we were to approve the project, just as a recommendation to city council, is there any reason why we couldn't do that?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscom, I'll give you my answer and see if Ms. Ostringer disagrees. But I think that, I don't think you can make that recommendation for this project. I think that perhaps separately, you could make a recommendation that the in lieu housing fund be combined with whatever affordable housing fund they might be setting up.
Okay, but that's not really on our agenda.
Yeah, Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom, yeah, that would have to be something that we'd put on the agenda at another time. But it is something that, as Ms. DeBus said, at the discretion of council, they can choose to move the funds. But they're currently set up to go
Okay.
to the Affordable Housing Fund.
Could we, I don't want to belabor this point for very long, but could we encourage city council to consider putting this in lieu exclusionary fee and future ones into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? That kind of, this is on our agenda, so. I'm getting
Commissioner
commissioners
Wiscom.
laughing at me.
I think you could encourage that this fund, or this in lieu fee at some point be moved over to.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it's the word encourage that that won the day. Okay. Thank you, all of you, and thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Of course, thank you, Commissioner Wiscom. And before we move any further, can I just address a follow-up question here to Ms. Ostringer? If we would like to perhaps continue this thought, and after this item is over, could we request of you to potentially put this discussion onto a future agenda so that we could talk about it and make a formal recommendation to council? Would that be the correct way of moving this thought forward?
Yes, you would request that the item be brought forward at a future agenda.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, and I'll just invite Commissioner Wiscom to consider bringing that up later if you wish. We'll continue forward. I have Commissioner Higgins, light on. Would you like to go next?
Sure, two questions. Maybe for the applicant. Who's the applicant? And by that I mean, it's sort of confusing to me because you've got an HOA now that manages the building, and those are members of that condo association. And so I would think they own the parcel. The condo association owns the parcel, or can you just explain that to me? Because I'm unclear on if the HOA or the condo association has some sort of agreement with the developer or the applicant.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Kirkhart, Principal Design Architects, and I'll try to answer that question. It's actually just about as complicated as the whole project is.
I'm glad you said that because it's pretty unusual.
Yeah, it's very unusual. So our client owns the underlying land, and the underlying land is on a long-term lease to the current owners association of the current mixed-use building. So what's happening now is that that's being redescribed as a new tentative map to add the additional units. So
Okay, that's actually a pretty clean answer. I get that now.
Okay.
And you can say, because I have a question about on the section that shows the parking in the plans, or it might have been in the staff report.
Megan, can you go to the PowerPoint instead?
Yeah, right there, on the right side. what is preventing you from, so you've got a vehicle on the left and then two vehicles on the right. What's in between the single and the double vehicle? For example, couldn't you do tandem parking on the left side with two vehicles, or what am I looking at there?
The reason we did that is, thanks, is a good question. We felt that it was important to have the parking on the lower level, which is the level that supports the existing building, for there not to be any mechanical lifts of any kind, for that to just be normal. Patients of the doctors could just drive in and park. And so really what happens is that's enough parking on that lower level without any tandem situation to meet the requirements of the parking for the current mixed-use building as far as the tenant, not the guests, but the patients for the doctors. So we didn't want to mix the two.
So you could, but if you want, if
You could.
physically you could
Yeah.
take that entire bottom level and tandem park the left side and then have lifts on the right side?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
It's possible.
And I noticed back in 2021, you had a significantly more parking, 60, but you asked for a mod for 45. That was part of, at least the concept, but you're not asking for a mod here.
Correct.
You just want the extra parking, or?
We feel that it's adequately parked, the way we're proposing it now.
Well, yeah, it is, it meets the code, right?
Yeah.
But you
We
don't-
want to, that's more excavation, more expense.
Yeah.
If you want to go to
Got
that
it.
level, so we're meeting the requirements as,
Got it. Thank you. Well, I'll ask one more, kind of obscure question, because I have to. What's the maximum size vehicle that can fit in one of those?
I think it's probably part of our submittal. The company that we're proposing to use for this has a list of the vehicles that can be parked, and so you can have SUVs on the middle level of the garage, and it parks pretty much the biggest SUV you can find. Probably not
Like
gonna
a
be able to park
Ford
in it.
F-250 or something like that?
We're trying to move away from those kind of vehicles.
Yeah, okay, that's a good answer. I was in a hotel in San Luis Obispo. I'm not sure if it's the one you mentioned, but the valet parking guy was like, yeah, we don't park any cars up there. Maybe a Miata or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's not a question. Thank you.
Chair Higgins, through the chair, I always like someday there may be a parking lift system for your size vehicle. But just another thing to add for, again, why it's more podium for the left side, for the uses, is there's, in terms of the visitors, it's a medical office, it's a higher turnover. So the attraction for the lift system really lends itself for the residential uses where it's more long-term. Other types of uses that we see it in is for like a hotel. But for a medical office, higher turnover, that is the style of parking that was proposed,
Right,
was
that makes
supported.
sense. Could you do tandem in the zone district?
No, not without valet. Chair Higgins, it would need to be coordinated and have, like, valet would be the type of configuration for a tandem.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank
Madam
you. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. We now have Commissioner Wardlow. Please take it away.
Thank you. I only have two questions, really. One for staff, just following up on the public comments regarding circulation and traffic. Does staff feel confident that this project's not going to pose an issue for traffic congestion in this area, or what is kind of staff's recommendation on that?
Yes. Commissioner, through the chair, and for the record, my name is Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner. For this, it's, again, that we're analyzing for the net new, for the 6 additional residential units. The volume for traffic on the existing system is extremely low.
Great, thank you. And then I have a question for the applicant. Whoever, probably, yes, Melissa. Sorry, I didn't catch your
It's
last
okay.
name.
Turner.
Turner. Okay, I have Melissa. So I obviously really appreciate the work that you all are doing, and this is a complicated project, but I feel like you guys are trying really hard to make the best of a difficult situation with zoning and to turn something that is parking and not being utilized to the best use into something that can really be a benefit to our community, which I see as 1 and 2 bedroom housing options, especially for the option to own it. So my question is, how much do you anticipate, the 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units to be sold for?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner
Wardlow.
Sorry, I wanted to spell it correctly, say it correctly. These are going to be AUD market rate, one of the very first, I think. Is that still correct? One of the very first coming on the market since 2013 when the AUD was adopted. I'm not entirely sure what the cost is going to be honest.
So the market rate will be the market rate once it's all built, so we have
Yeah.
no idea.
Correct.
Okay.
The units, the 1 bedroom and 2 of the 2 bedrooms are on the smaller side. So you've got an 870 square foot 1 bedroom unit and I think a 980 square foot 2 bedroom unit that are facing south. The slightly larger units, I think, obviously will go out for a bigger premium, but I can't tell you the exact cost
All right, I understand. Okay.
today.
Well, thank you. No
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Commissioner Balke, please.
Chair Bonderson, I've got a number of questions, both for staff and the applicant. And first off, it's a very complicated project, honestly, and I wasn't here the first time this thing was here, so please bear with me with some of the questions I have to staff. Megan, first question, please explain where we get the 10-foot to 20-foot setback. What was the basis for that decision, making that rule when that zoning district was applied? I mean, as far as using stories and then having 10 foot, I was just trying to understand how the city came up with 20 feet versus why isn't it 15? Because if you use, a typical sight line, you wouldn't get to 20. So was there any discussion at the time as to why it jumps from 10 to 20 and not to some other number? I just was trying to figure out what the rational basis was for that in the first place.
Through the chair, Commissioner Balke, I don't have the history on it. Perhaps if we had our zoning ordinance gurus here, they might recall those discussions. All I know is it's the encouragement of tiered building formation and trying to pull in upper levels to give some, see-through relief. And perhaps also preventing canyonization of blocking views and all that. So, but no, I don't have the history. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I was just wondering why that was the case, because, I understand the stepping back and all that, and the design guideline basis for that, but I just wasn't sure how we got to the number. Okay.
Commissioner Balke, all I can add is that we've had that standard for a very long time, which is why none of us know where it came from. It's been in existence for more than 20 years.
Okay, the next question I have is about the pedestrian improvement plan. And I'm trying to understand, you have this 6-inch piece that's like right behind the sidewalk and what the logic of that. And to me, that sounds like a place a lot of weeds will grow. Why do we have that and how's that used? I understand the 1.5 foot, you could actually get plants to actually grow in that standard, but why do we have this little remnant 6 inches?
Commissioner Balke, through the chair. For the pedestrian master plan, there's recommended design guidelines depending upon the width of the street. So I'll answer it more generally for this side street, that there's typical for a sidewalk section to have like a furnishing zone where you would see some planting or tree wells. And then you have your main walkable area. We call that the through zone. So in this case, it ranges approximately 5 to 6 feet on this corridor for Alsosa Puertas. The frontage zone is to provide relief so that through zone sidewalk is actually fully usable sidewalk. So if you would imagine if there was a building right adjacent to that property line, a pedestrian, as you walk down the street, you never hug the building with your shoulder. There's always an offset. So that's the purpose of a frontage zone. And the frontage zones can be incorporated within the right-of-way, and it could be incorporated on the private property. But it's just to provide that little bit of relief so that the actual through zone is functional.
So the 6-inch we're talking about is still going to be paved in some shape or form?
It could be paved, it could be landscaped, as long as it's not a vertical structure.
Okay. I just would think that a wider sidewalk would be better and
Yeah.
not have the 6 inches, but, okay. But that's what the plan currently has, okay. Question to the applicant, and probably Mr. Kurt Hart, I think would be the best one to answer this. This goes back to Commissioner Higgins' question. I'm trying to understand, you've got an existing homeowners association that has the commercial and the 2 residential units currently in the mix. And now you're going to add these additional 6 units and have 8 residential units. Are you going to be abandoning the association and adopting a new association with the Department of Real Estate to accomplish this? And how do all the rules that currently exist get merged into the new association?
I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's essentially what's going to happen. It also is of interest is that the owner, our client that owns the underlying land, also owns all but one of the commercial condominiums within the building. So he has the majority of those interests in the commercial condominiums within the building. So yes, they will have to hire an attorney, form in a completely new association, and clear it through the Department of Real Estate.
Okay.
Our client's a very seasoned developer, so he's familiar with those kinds of those processes. And I can just tell you, in my long career of doing this, I've never seen this kind of a situation where you have a condominium association that is actually leasing the land from an underlying landowner. That's actually carried forward from when we did this project originally in 1987 for the client that developed the condo in the first place, the front building.
Yeah, because it seems very complicated, and I understand this more than I want to know. Okay, good answer. So he's up to speed to understand what he's getting himself into at the Department of Real Estate. Okay, thank you. I think I've touched on my questions, so I'll wait to comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Balke. I'm going to encourage my commissioners to turn off their lights unless they'd like to speak again. And I want to check in with Commissioner Lodge. Do you have any questions at this time?
No, I don't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you. So I will go ahead and ask a few questions, and if anyone does want to add anything, I will check back in with my commissioners after my question period as well. Since we have Ms. Grant here, welcome. I wanted to ask a few follow-up questions. They might be a little bit of similar style questions, but I'm going to ask it in a way that may satisfy, I hope, will satisfy the concerns and curiosities of our public commenters. When we were on the site, we did speak about this, and I'd really like to hear it on record. My first question is, would you discuss a little bit further in detail the street conditions as we expect them to become once this project is implemented, and how, if any, increased traffic is expected to be handled on this street based on your knowledge and statistical work on this project?
Chair Bonderson, just for when we're reviewing proposals, we're looking at the net new for this, and again, that's the additional 6 residential units. So from a traffic perspective, it adds about approximately 12 additional trips, morning, evening. Again, when you spread it over our entire roadway network, that is very, very minimal.
Thank you. And we're all aware that this street was not developed as a formal street in the past, so it's narrower. Are you at all concerned about the narrowness to meet the needs of this neighborhood?
We are not concerned. The concern was, again, when we look at for roadway development, that we recognize all mode users. So it was very important on a subdivision to have sidewalk. So there is a separation between vehicles and pedestrians on this very narrow roadway.
You led perfectly into my next question. That goes hand in hand with the pedestrian master plan that is proposed in this area. I was interested to understand how or when will neighboring properties be required to continue the sidewalks on past this project once it's developed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bonderson. For that, there's no right way to begin or end sidewalks, and it's really developed over time. And it's a mix between capital projects as we look at more of corridor approach, and then in combination with that and with private development. And so as these parcels develop over time and given the scope of the development, those are opportunities to provide more services such as sidewalk.
Thank you. And just to confirm, the way that this project has been proposed, there is a city, how can I say that? Part of this project proposes the city to follow through with the corner and bringing it up to the edge of this property. Let me be more clear. The pedestrian master plan will be worked through the edge of the top end of the property, and then it will be expected to stop at that point. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would be for the full length of that property frontage.
Thank you very much for the clarification. My next question, I believe, will end up going to Ms. Arciniega, and it may also have a component that goes to the applicant. Would you be kind enough to pull back up the section? It was the section that Commissioner Higgins had asked you to pull up, and you can zoom in. And I'll start with the applicant to maybe give you a moment to get to that slide. And so if I could have either Ms. Turner, Mr. Kirkland, Kirkhart, whoever may be better at answering questions about the parking structure. I know that we already touched on the fact that there is a non-excavated section in the lowest story that is going to remain there. Has any consideration been given, and I'm going to set a disclaimer on this. I know that it will lead to more expense, as you mentioned, excavation leads to more expense, but has there been any consideration given to lowering the property to reduce height at the top point by going into the ground? Could you please talk to us about anything that you have worked with or thought about or researched for that?
Yes. Once again, Mark Kirkhart, Principal Designer. It's not as easy as just lowering. It's really based on what would be the second level in this diagram to get to that from the sloping street. So right now, that's the reason that we have jogged the sidewalk around it that Ms. Turner mentioned, was so that we could keep the sidewalk cross slope at less than 2% to meet ADA, even though it's already a 13% road, which does not meet ADA at all. So part of that, though, helped us lower that garage level where we drive in on the upper building as low as we could possibly get it. So it's because of the cross slope of the Salsa Street and going from a cross slope to a flat surface. So we got it as low as we could actually do it with working with a civil engineer so we could lower the building as much as possible.
And therefore, my next question is, was any consideration given, or if it doesn't work, would you please tell us on record how this may not work, to enter the parking lot from the lower parking, there's two parking lots, right? The one you're proposing to go into the structure and one below that serves the medical facility. Was any consideration given to enter the residential parking lot through the medical facility, maybe giving up a parking spot below to enter on a lower level and keep the excavation at that lower level?
It would actually have eliminated several parking spaces, and then it would have made all of that parking coming out on one driveway instead of two, which we ascertained in our thinking with the client that it would be better to keep more of a separation between the parking that was for the medical office and the parking for the residences. So that's why we didn't join them.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that on record. We did speak about that at the site. And I wanted to follow up again, one more question to you. I'm not sure if this is, if anything about this has gone maybe here and I missed it, but is there any type of controlled entry point for the residential parking that will decrease guests or users from other structures nearby to go and access this parking lot?
Our long-term plan is to have some sort of a controlled access there that would be open during the, certain hours during the day, but closed for security in the evenings and hopefully keeping unwanted people from parking in there. It'll be a little tricky because with this parking system, you're going to have a fob or some other kind of method. You can actually download the app on your phone in order to get your place to park. So someone coming in from the general public is going to have a hard time just parking in there to try to, find a free place to park because they're not going to be able to operate the system.
And as such, are there any guest parking spots provided for the condos if they are expecting guests to basically bring all of their guests onto the site?
Yeah, there's parking, there's additional parking within the garage, as well as, the beauty of this mixed-use project with this shared parking is that after hours, when most guests might be arriving, say in the evening or whatever, the office building will be vacated, and so there'll be additional parking on after hours and on weekends for, adequate parking, even more than adequate parking for everyone.
I appreciate the clarification. I certainly hope that anyone in the public that is specifically concerned about unenforced parking will hopefully rest assured a little bit. I have the same problem where I live, and it's very disturbing and upsetting. So I empathize, and I'm hoping that this will be a great solution. The next question I have is, I actually have no more questions. So before I move on to the deliberation period, I'm just going to open it one more time. Ms. Wardlow, I see your light on. Is that left over? And Commissioner Bauke?
Yeah, I have one question, Chair, to staff. I'd like to understand sort of the construction staging that's going to happen with the project. The public comment I thought was very good, and it's a very tight site. So how's that going to be accomplished?
Through the chair, Commissioner Balcony, so construction staging is usually coordinated by the applicant. We don't, we have the construction hours condition of approval that limits construction on nights and weekends and holidays. But aside from that, there aren't any regulations in terms of where they can stage the project. So I would direct the question to the applicant in terms of their construction plan.
Fortunately, we're the architects and not the general contractors for this project, because the construction staging is going to be challenging. It's not the only place in the city where construction staging is challenging. I would imagine that they're going to have to work out an agreement to utilize part of the lower parking lot, some of the spaces for some lay-down areas. We will not be able to have any space on Salsa Puentes because it's a substandard street as it is. Normally, sometimes contractors will make arrangements under permit with the city to take over on-street parking spaces. So perhaps that would happen down at Mitchell Terrena, 1 or 2 spaces along the front edge of our building that would be once again, under a permit with the city to allow them to have some drop-down, some lay-down area. Once again, the contractor will work that out. They've done it before.
Do we have a condition that addresses that in there? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauke. And before I open the floor up for deliberations, I would like to take a moment to review what we would like to cover today. I understand Ms. Arciniega has a slide to help us keep us on track. And so while you pull that up, Ms. Arciniega, I'd like to just remind my fellow commissioners that the Planning Commission today will need to make decisions on the discretionary applications listed on page 1 and 2 of our staff report under the required application section. And we will see that in just a moment up on the screen. We will be focusing on a front setback modification, an interior setback modification, an open yard modification, a tentative subdivision map, and of course, determine that the project is category exempt from CEQA. To keep us on track and make the process as efficient as possible, I'd like to ask my fellow commissioners for comments first, so we can make it all the way through commissioner deliberation before entertaining a motion. So if you're interested in making a motion today, please just hold on to it, and we'll get through the comments, and then I will ask you for your motion. And I have Commissioner Wiscom's light on. Please start us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments brief in a matter of time since we have another item coming up. The project, I'd like to commend staff and the applicant for working together. It was, when we saw the project in 2021, it was extremely complicated. I think those of us that were on the commission at that point felt the modifications were just too many. It's really been reduced, and I understand public comment about transportation issues, but I believe Ms. Grant has adequately addressed those. And Commissioner Bauke's comment about construction, storage, and staging, there is a specific condition that says that storage and staging shall be done on site. No parking or storage shall be permitted within the public right-of-way unless specifically permitted by the Public Works Director with a Public Works permit, which is pretty standard language. So I think that's, as Mr. Kirkhardt said, that's something the contractor is going to have to deal with, and they'll be putting together a plan for that. I am the 5 required applications that, well, actually 4 required applications and the determination that the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review, which is number 5. I can support those. I would like to just comment specifically on, I think, the setback, again, it's a tricky site for many reasons. It's a corner lot. And the slope is such on Salsa Puentes that makes it very difficult. I respect the fact that the pedestrian master plan is being utilized here. I hate the plans that we do and then put on the shelf and never pull out. This is great that we're actually implementing these things, which will improve the, it not only improve the site, but it's going to improve the neighborhood for pedestrian travel. And so I'm happy with that. And then I just wanted to say, with regard to the open yard, the open yard modification, I did a little calculation from Ms. Arceniega's chart, which is on page 9 of 84, page 9 of the staff report, where she talks about the required open yard is 3188, and we right now have 483 square feet under our very complicated open yard regulations, which I hope change someday. And so I added up the deck space, and it's very generous, very generous. They're nice decks. Granted, it's private, but that's okay. So I came up between what is proposed on Ms. Arceniega's chart and adding up the deck space. They've really provided 89% of open yard under a modification, which I think is satisfactory on a site that's as tricky as this. So I can support that mod as well. The only other comment that I would make is whoever makes the motion, I would like to see us encourage city council to have the inclusionary fee go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. I would like to encourage my fellow commissioners to turn on your lights. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Now's the time. Woo, okay, the winner is Commissioner Bauke.
Madam Chair, I will support the project, and I actually know this site actually quite well. I spent the last year at my sports chiropractor on property multiple times, unfortunately, last year. So I understand the complexities of the site. You guys have done probably everything I would ever have thought of to be able to make this project work. It is very complicated, especially making the ADA work on a hill site like that. I was also quite impressed when I went out to the site of how the neighborhood has changed as I used to live up in that area, and how the hospital was converted. It all's grown in very nice, and to those who worked on that project, very good job. And the neighborhood has improved over time. I understand the commenters' concern about parking and such, and that's, that's a nature of that neighborhood. It's a tough place, to be. And in this case, we have a truly mixed-use project in which I think the demands for parking can be met on site, because you've got uses that are daytime dependent, and so when guests come and when people come in the evenings, there's going to be adequate space there. I do understand that that is a narrow street that you have, and the entry and exit is a little bit tricky, and, and it just is one of those things that comes with that neighborhood, and especially the hillside environment that you start getting into up there. So I will support the project. I think they've done as well as you could on such a site, and it's good to see some additional housing and where a parking lot was before, and I think that's a trend we should continue to push on. I do support the request of Commissioner Linscomb to suggest to the council that the inclusionary housing fee go into the trust fund. And I think that's an item we should discuss more, as to how that's all, the management and all that, and maybe that's something we might have a workshop session with the housing staff of how they intend to do the inclusionary housing fee and what the trust fund's going to work. And I have some other ideas of some other mechanisms that we might want to look at. The legislature gave us the enhanced infrastructure finance district concept to replace redevelopment, and we should be looking at that as close as possible to see if that can actually replace the redevelopment agency and the loss of those funds for affordable housing. So I will be supporting the project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauke. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first site visit, when it came before us as a tentative project, it certainly was there was too much development being proposed for this site. It's better. I still think there's a bit too much, but the applicant has worked really hard to have it fit within the city's requirements, and I can make the findings for the modifications that are being required. For those whose views are going to be interrupted, it's just the hazard of having vacant property next to you. You never know what's going to happen on it. Property owners have a right to reasonable development of their land. So I will support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the work that the applicant has done here. I think that the presentation was really comprehensive, and I really echo the comments of all of my fellow commissioners. I can definitely support the project. I'm really excited to see this come forward, and I can support the findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Well, it's, looks like this is a safe place to diverge from where the majority is going, and so I'll just, ironic, right? Don't, I'm glad you didn't bring any bags of vegetables in to throw them at me, but don't take this personally. You've been through a hell of a lot, and you have a really difficult ownership structure and parcel for reasons that, you did nothing to deserve those. And staff has done a great job. It's a very complicated process our city has, and so I give you a lot of credit for hanging in there. But and there's a project that's approvable here, but given the view impact, I'm having a little hard time with the size, bulk, and scale and the parking. I'm inclined to approve something that is a little bit less substantially designed, maybe with less parking, where you could knock down some of the height or provide some more windows, view windows for neighbors. It just seems like it's a little too much. And note that you did have a mod for parking last time, and I could work with something here that has less parking. We're a city that, while desperately needs housing units, the narrative over the last 8 years since I've been on the commission has been, let's look for compromises on how these units hit the market with maybe less amenity than you would normally, and every common sense thinking applicant and developer, this is where you reach into your bag of vegetables and look to throw something at me. But we've had this conversation for a long time about not maxing out the amenities, plate heights, roof decks. In this case, the parking is a nice amenity, but if it didn't have the amenity, the units might be sold for less, and you might save some views. So that's kind of where I'm at. And again, I'm making these comments because I think you have the votes.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Before I take my turn, I want to double check. I see Commissioner Balke and Commissioner Wardlow's lights on. Do you have more to say?
I just have a question, I guess, or a comment following up on Commissioner Higgins. So I was not on the Planning Commission during the time that this project came forward last time, but I find your comments interesting in that if you're saying that you would grant them a parking modification and then they could reduce the amount of parking and then potentially drop number one, drop the cost of how much this will cost to build out that kind of parking, and then hopefully reduce the cost for potential people who are going to buy it. Are you saying that you would be in favor of reducing the amount that they'd have to, the required parking, so they could drop the building height? I didn't know that was is that something that we could all discuss as an option for them?
Well, I'm making that comment after you made yours.
So I'm not allowed
no
to make-
fair. But yes, that's the essence of where I'm at is yes.
Okay. And I don't want to derail everything. I just have a question am I allowed to ask a question for the applicant?
Sure.
If I were a developer, I'd be really excited if I could not have to make that massive investment of the parking thing. So I'm just wondering if that would be, as an applicant, would you prefer to get a parking modification and not have to build the massive parking? Or would you prefer to continue as the project as it is?
We prefer to continue with the project as it is.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of my questions.
Mr. Kirkard, thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. It's a nice conversation. It's always nice to hear differing views and discuss. So to close up deliberation, I'll just make my comments here. This is quite a unique project, and I completely recognize how much work has gone into it from staff. I need to take a moment here to commend Ms. Arciniega. I really appreciate your presentation, especially the additional exhibits. I'm a very visual person, and you managed to reduce some of my questions because those the exhibits were very useful to the way I think and the way I understand. So thank you for putting the time in to make that extra effort to present in that way. Also, thank you to Ms. Grant and her team for being here today. The pedestrian master plan and the traffic and circulation is certainly an added situation on this project that we don't see all over town. So having you here has been really helpful. I know a lot of our questions were directed at you, and having you here to describe it and define the way that the future of this type of master plan would work was very useful here today. From my point of view, any new housing is better than none. 6 units are better than 5. I'm really pleased to see this type of effort coming forth after our last visit with the applicant team. I see a significant amount of improvement, and the way that you've handled the comments that we gave you. We sent you home with a lot of work. And so the way that this has been dealt with, I think, has been done very well, especially considering the extra unfortunate news that you received with the setbacks. That's a lot of work. But the nice thing about this, even though it's probably stressful on everyone involved, is the uniqueness of this zone has actually provided additional setback requirements that other zones don't have to apply. And as such, there's a lovely articulation that we see architecturally on this project that we may not have seen if that zoning constraint wasn't put here. And so by setting the higher levels back by 10 feet and 20 feet, and the wedding tier, as Ms. Arciniega called it, forced the design to be a lot lighter. We don't see the size, bulk, and scale that could have been here if that requirement was not forced upon you. And additionally, I understand that there's that strange 30-foot area that just sits between the two properties that is almost like a dead zone, but let's look at it as a positive. It provides an additional setback, an additional stripe of nature that gives a lightness to the separation between the properties. This project does not require a height modification, and the height that you've provided is by right. So just like Commissioner Lodge mentioned, it is always unfortunate when a neighbor loses something that is very special to them, but there's the property owner has the right to develop in this way without even asking for extra permission. So we emphasize and we understand. But that being said, I just want to say I appreciate the depth of work and research that was put into this from the applicant team. This is a much nicer project that you've brought forward to us. Thank you for the time you spent. It's not easy, but you seem to have hit all the check marks. I can support this project with the 4 required applications and that CEQA determination. And I'm happy to see that this project actually provides full parking amenities. I'm a big advocate of that. I stand usually alone on that here on the Planning Commission, but I feel that if you can provide the parking, I'm always happy to see that everyone gets parking by it's an option and it's available. So lastly, I just want to say something that came up a lot today was the conditions of approval, section F, talks a great deal about construction implementation requirements, and I encourage the applicant to be diligent with any and all on-site staging and parking during the course of construction to give as much relief to the neighbors as possible. It's clearly a concern, and let's make sure that we take good care of the neighbors. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see anyone else turning on a light. If anyone else,
We have a quiet team here today. Go ahead, take it away.
okay. I will make a motion. Let me go first to the findings. I will make a motion to approve the findings, which are section 10 of our staff report on page 16, 17, and 18. of our packet, which include the tentative map, the new condominium development findings. There are 11 tentative map. There are 3 new condominium development findings, and then the modification findings for the front setback modification, the interior setback, and the open yard modification. And finally, the findings for exemption from further environmental review under CEQA. So that being said, then my motion includes approving the front setback modification. This is all on page 1 of our staff report, the interior setback modification, the open yard modification, the tentative subdivision map, and the CEQA exemption. And approve the draft conditions of approval, which begin on page 20 of our staff report. And further to my motion, encourage City Council to take the inclusionary fee from this project and future projects to be applied to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think I got it all, did I?
Yes, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Ostringer.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom, could I request that your motion not address the future fees and just stick to this project?
Okay, I will withdraw future. I thought that was a way to sneak that in there so then we didn't have to come back and have a discussion on this again.
Sorry, I guess I missed that when we were discussing the encouragement portion of the motion.
Ms. Ostringer, can we suggest perhaps continuing the motion without it, but doing a straw poll vote that will make its way to the council? No?
No.
Okay.
I've heard you, and I think this is
Okay,
best 'cause-
but I can make the motion on encourage that this particular inclusionary fee go to
Yes.
the affordable housing, or encourage that it does. Okay, so I'll withdraw the other part about the future. Not sure why, but okay, so that's my motion.
Before I take a second, Ms. DeBusk, is the motion clear with all the parts? Okay. Is there anyone who's interested in taking a second on this?
Second.
Yes, Commissioner Wardlow, go ahead.
I'll second Wiscom's motion.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Wiscom, a second from Commissioner Wardlow, and we have Commissioner Higgins light on. Do you have a comment?
Just the note or a comment about the non-conforming aspect of the property. Found that to be really complicated and a little bit of a stretch, but I appreciate staff's creativity and how you wrote the staff report to get us there, or some of us at least, in terms of linking compatibility with consistency. So that's my only comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. It's good to commend staff. This has been a very complex project and certainly a complex staff report that went along with it. Thank you for your extra efforts, Ms. Arciniega, and your team, of course. So let's go ahead and vote on this. Ms. Fennessy, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Higgins.
Nope.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscom,
Yes.
Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. This decision is appealable within 10 calendar days, and that will conclude this project. Thank you to the applicant and your team for being here today. We will move on to item 3B on the agenda, but before we begin, we are going to take a brief recess. It is currently 2:50, and I'd like to give a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you. We're now in recess. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are now in session again. It is 3:02, and we will now reconvene. So we will now move on to item 3B for a project located at 621 West Mitchell-Terena Street. Do any commissioners have any ex parte communication that need to be disclosed at this time? I see none. We have project planner Kelly Broadison from the city here. Oh,
Madam Chair, I do have ex parte
Oh.
with one of the agents for the applicant team yesterday.
okay. Was that caught? Did you hear that? Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce Kelly Broadison again, a city planner, to give our staff presentation. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonderson and Commissioners. Thank you for the introduction. The project Site is located at 621 West Mitchell-Terena. It's on the west side of Santa Barbara, and it's near the cross street of San Andreas and Mitchell-Terena, right across from Super Cucas. Just give a little shout out to Super Cucas.
As you should.
The project description consists of demolishing the existing two-story, 4,000 square foot building and constructing a three-story, approximately 12,000 square foot medical clinic. 11 parking spaces are proposed to be on site, and there's an off-site parking agreement for the remainder parking spots. Here's a zoning map showing that the project is located in the CR zone. This is a commercial restricted zone, so you can see it's kind of centered around multifamily residential. It's an interesting area because it is multifamily residential, but then you have a gas station, you have a lot of commercial there along San Andreas, Foodland, which is a grocery store. As I said, the project is in the CR, Commercial Restricted Zone, with a general plan land use designation of commercial, medium-high residential. The municipal code allows for a hospital or a medical clinic in this zone with a conditional use permit. Also, retail sales such as food and beverage retail sales and general retail are allowed. However, a neighborhood market require a performance standard permit. So at the site visit, some commissioners had asked if those types of uses were allowed in this zone, and they are. The required applications for this project are a modification to allow for less than the required number of parking spaces, a development plan to allow the construction of approximately 6,400 square feet of a net new non-residential, a conditional use permit to allow a state licensed clinic to operate in this zone, and we'd also like the Planning Commission to make the finding that the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review under Section 15332. Regarding the parking modification, for this size, the parking requirement in this zone is one space for 250 square feet of non-residential floor area, and that would mean that the project requires 44 parking spaces. And as I stated, there's 11 parking spaces on site, and the applicant is also proposing 22 parking spots at an off-site location at 21 East Constance, for a total of 33. So they're only providing 10 less than would be required per zoning code. The off-site parking spot is at 21 East Constance, which is on kind of Upper State Street on the corner of State and Constance Street. Here you can see an aerial photo of the site, and there's also an underground parking garage with additional spaces too. I think it's about 40. And here's the site plan. 40 spaces have been previously used by the El Encanto, and that agreement is no longer in use. So those 40 spaces are still designated by a substantial conformance determination for an off-site use. And so that would leave 22 spaces for Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics with an excess of 18 spaces. So the project meets the demand of 33 spaces because we received a parking demand study that determined that the parking demand was 33. And staff does have, and the municipal code does allow for off-site parking spaces, but you would have to be within 500 linear feet. And also the Public Works Director can approve an additional distance of about 1,250 linear feet. The proposed off-site parking facility would be located about 9,500 feet from the project site, which is about a 7-minute drive. And the applicant is proposing to provide a shuttle from the proposed off-site parking spots to the project site. So because the parking demand is being met with 33 spaces in lieu of the 44, it would still require a parking mod because the off-site parking location does not meet the municipal code. For analysis of this parking mod, the Planning Commission must review the parking mod using the criteria that the project is consistent with the purposes of the parking regulations and based on unusual or unique circumstances of a particular case. Staff has concerns that the location of the off-site parking could be inconvenient for employees, and they may choose to still park in the neighborhood rather than drive to the off-site location, wait for a shuttle, and then take the shuttle to work. However, staff does recognize that this is an important use for the neighborhood and the community, and was given a community priority designation by the City Council on March 3rd of 2020. Nevertheless, if the Planning Commission can make the findings that there are unique and unusual circumstances that justify the parking mods, staff and the applicant team have prepared a draft off-site parking covenant, which is attached to the staff report as Exhibit I. Let's see. In general, staff is very supportive of this clinic use and finds that most of the findings in support of the conditional use permit can be made. So regarding a conditional use permit, the Planning Commission must make certain findings in order to provide that, and they must determine that the use is allowed with a conditional use permit, that the use is essential or desirable to public convenience or welfare and consistent with the general plan. It will not be adverse to public health, safety, or general welfare or material detrimental to the surrounding properties. The site and setbacks of all facilities are sufficient in view of the character of the land and significant impacts, and there's no significant detrimental impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The design and operation of the project and its components, including hours and manner of operation, lighting, and noise, will not be a nuisance. Adequate access and off-street parking is provided. And this appearance of the developed site in terms of arrangement, height, scale, and architectural style is compatible. Here's a site plan showing the parking. As you see, there's 11 parking spots, and you can see that the setbacks are being met from the frontage on Almond and Mitchell-Trina Street. Additionally, the conditional use permit, the Planning Commission can make additional reasonable conditions or restrictions to make the findings, ensuring that the proposal conforms in all significant respects with the general plan, achieves the general purposes of the code or the specific purpose of the zone, achieves the findings for the conditional use permit, and mitigate any issues as a result of environmental review. Also, the project requires a development plan. So the proposed project consists of the demolition of an existing 4,000 square foot building and construction of an approximately 1,200 square foot building. This project involves construction of more than 3,000 of net new non-residential and requires a development plan. So this project qualifies for the 4,000 demolition credit and also 1,000 and 2,000 square feet from the small and minor categories. And they also received a community benefit designation from City Council for the remainder square footage. Let's see. The project has since increased by approximately 800 square feet, and a condition of approval has been added to Exhibit A of the staff report that will require the applicant to return to council for designation of the remainder square footage. Here's Jessica. Jessica Grant from Public Works Transportation is here to discuss public improvements.
Yes, Chair Bonderson and Commissioners. So I did want to make a quick reference to a capital project that is adjacent to the proposed development. It is something that during the review of this project, we weren't sure which project was going to be proceeding. And so we've worked closely with the applicant for a while now. I'm not going to go over this whole graphic in detail, but basically the concept that technically both of these projects are in the construction phase right now is the West Side and East Side Community Paseos projects. And it's to provide for strong bicycle connections, not only the north to south connections within the West Side neighborhood, but from the West Side neighborhood via Mitchell-Trina to get to downtown for the residents that is common that work in the downtown area. And so, oh, I don't have the mouse. Can you highlight where the project is? Thank you. A little bit lower, a little bit lower. Yes, that is where the proposed private development project is. So next slide. So this is the existing right-of-way as we see it now, but the right-of-way will be changing over the next year. Currently, we're in sort of the utility phase you'll start to see construction in January. So next slide. This is just a sort of the strip map or site plan view. So where there's currently no bike lanes, just right adjacent to San Andreas Street, there will now be bike lanes. And then there's also going to be a new crossing. We heard when we were going through the West Side and Lower West Neighborhood Transportation Management Plan and also the Bicycle Master Plan, how difficult it is to cross Mitchell to Arena. So this will have rapid flashing beacons and lighting, and again, a refuge island as well to lower the stress level when crossing that location. And right now there are two campus, or the existing West Side clinics is on the opposite side of the street. And so we anticipate that there would be a connection to have that, again, good solid pedestrian crossing. And just with all the residents just that are right adjacent to this clinic, again, to have a really strong connection. Next slide. And then this is just, again, a little bit closer up, just showing, again, that the bike lanes are proposed and then the crossing. Next slide. And I don't think, and then for the, yes, Kelly will continue on with the presentation, but one of the items is the sidewalks will remain as part of we're developing just within the right-of-way, but there will be a street dedication for additional sidewalk with this project as well. And that's why we're working closely with them. So we will build a certain portion of the sidewalk, and when the dedication comes in, we'll score the concrete a certain way, and then the sidewalk will widen from there, so it could be consistent with the pedestrian master plan.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Yes, the project was also reviewed by the Architectural Board of Review.
I don't know if your mic is on or if you're not close enough. Can you start again?
Sure.
It's not on.
Hello?
There you go. Thank you.
The project was reviewed by the Architectural Board of Review on 3 separate occasions. At the first meeting, the ABR was overall supportive of the program, but requested that the applicant further manipulate the massing of the building and look at significant changes, such as adding a basement, which did not end up happening. At the next meeting, the applicant had revised the architectural style and updated the plans to provide better neighborhood context. The ABR expressed their difficulty with finding the proposed building consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, but stated that the height had been minimized to the greatest extent possible for this type of project. They requested that the massing be further reduced with regard to impacts on the adjacent properties and also give further consideration to the exterior design and materials. The project returned for a third time, and the applicant had restudied the massing as requested and the exterior materials of the design with respect to Almond Street. And the ABR was supportive of the design and scale of the building. They requested the further refinement on either a different material or finessing of materials chosen for the third floor to give more detail, shadow lines, and articulation. The project, the ABR completed the compatibility analysis and forwarded the project to the Planning Commission. And this is just a recap of what I just said. Let's see, the discretionary applications again required for this project are a modification to allow the less than required parking spaces, a development plan, the CUP to allow the clinic to operate in the CR zone, and also the determination of the categorical exemption. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider the required findings to approve the project and either A, determine that the request for a parking mod, CUP, and development plan can be supported, making the findings in the staff report subject to the conditions of approval in Exhibit A and is revised by staff at this meeting, or determine that the request for a parking mod and CUP cannot be supported and direct staff to return with findings for denial. And that concludes staff's presentation. And we have the applicant team, Ms. Allen here, and with her cohorts, Mr. Kernal, and I think Mr. Shell is here, and the landscape architect to present it.
Thank you, Ms. Broad. That's my turn. Thank you, Ms. Broadison. So at this point, I will go ahead and welcome up the applicant team in whichever order you would like to present. Before you begin, I will ask each of you, when you come to the microphone, to introduce yourselves and the relationship you have to the project, just to be really clear on record. I understand you've requested 20 minutes for your presentation. I will give you 2 shout-outs. I'll do my best not to interrupt, but you'll hear me sort of give you a 5-minute and a 2-minute marker.
Thank you.
And I know you're aware of this, but just for anyone in the room, if you do choose to use less of that 20 minutes, you will be welcome to reserve that to respond to comments. If there is public comment and you'd like to step back up to the podium, we will offer that back to you. Okay? Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
All right, your
Thank you.
timer is starting. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Trish Allen with SEPS. I'm the project planner. And I wanted to first introduce Brian Goff. He's the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics board chairman, and then I'll pop back up after a couple of introductory comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. As indicated, my name is Brian Goff, and I am the chair of the board for Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics. As an organization, we could not be more excited about the fact that we've finally reached this particular point in the approval process for our project. The project was a big dream 5 years ago, and now here we are. The need for an expanded clinic on the west side is very clear, and there will be some of the other speakers today that will address that particular issue. We began raising funds for this project over 5 years ago. And the support from the community and from Cottage Hospital in particular has been tremendous, to the point where we have met our fundraising goals not once but twice as the cost of this project has increased. In addition to all the work to put this project, that so many people have put into this project, we also had a change of leadership at Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics upon the retirement of the beloved Dr. Charles Fenzi, whom some of you may know. But I want to introduce to you our new CEO, Dr. Mahdi Ashrafian, who joined us in September and has been running at a sprint ever since. He is a physician. He has an MBA in healthcare management and extensive experience in federally qualified healthcare centers. We are extremely fortunate to have Dr. Ashrafian as our new leader, and I would like to bring him to the podium now.
Thank you so much, Brian. I am Mahdi Ashrafian. I am Chief Executive Officer of Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics. Dear Madam Chair and Commissioners, the existing West Side Clinic has been in operation since 1973. And has been providing care to over 4,000 unique patients every year. What makes SBNC special as a patient-centered medical home is the fact that it provides healthcare within the neighborhoods it serves in order to remove accessibility barriers to care for its patients, a majority of whom are low-income with transportation challenges. To help our patients and to be within the neighborhoods we serve, we did an extensive search to identify this location for the expansion of our West Side Health Home. With the new West Side Clinic, we will be able to serve close to 12,000 patients each year by providing the much-needed whole person care in the area. This expansion will enable us to fulfill our mission not only by providing high-quality, comprehensive health care to the community, regardless of their ability to pay, but also by providing this care in a dignified setting that fosters respect, compassion, and dignity. As a patient-centered medical home, the new and expanded West Side Clinic will offer behavioral health and substance use disorder services in addition to medical and dental care, leading to a safer and healthier community. We will be offering case management and housing navigation to assist the individuals who are experiencing homelessness. We will be offering the much-needed women's health and prenatal services to the community, not to mention the possibility of other supporting services such as optometry and chiropractic that will greatly improve the health and well-being of the West Side community and the city of Santa Barbara that we all love. I'm so grateful to all of you for considering this much-needed expansion. With that being said, I will be handing it off to our planner, Trish Allen, at this point.
Thanks, Marty. I'll be very brief. As Brian mentioned, we're very excited to have reached this milestone today. It's been a long time coming. The new West Side Clinic, truly a community benefit project. It's been a pleasure. A community benefit project is defined as a project that has a broad public benefit. It is necessary to meet a need directly related to public health. Now, in the staff report, and as Ms. Bronison has presented to you, we do recognize the concern regarding the compliance with the off-site parking lot for employees. And we want to convey, on behalf of the clinic, I want to convey their commitment to implement that program and incentivize it. As we mentioned during the site visit on Tuesday, the clinic has made a commitment to continue to continue their efforts to secure an off-site parking lot that's more convenient for employees and ideally within the neighborhood. And we will keep you posted on our progress, and the staff, of course, too. I wanted to mention the outreach efforts that the clinic has accomplished over the course of the last few weeks. We have created a brochure, an informational brochure. This went out to all the neighbors, property owners, occupants, and business owners. With that mailing, there was also a neighborhood walk. So clinic staff went door to door to businesses, met people, explained the project. Of course, the story polls were going up at the same time, so there was a lot of interest. And we were there to answer any questions and any concerns that businesses had. And overall, the feedback was very positive. Following the door-to-door, there was an open house, so people could come and talk to us, look at the plans, and again, we were available to answer any questions. So the feedback was really positive, supportive, and there was definite enthusiasm expressed for the loading zone and the drop-off area on Almond Avenue. With that, I'm going to turn it to the design team to go walk you through the project. We also have our technical consultants here, too, for when you have questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Trish. My name is Brian Cornell. I'm the architect. Kelly, let's go through this quickly. Okay. The existing site plan, so you can see that we pretty much mimicked the condition of the parking wrapping around the building. I will tell you that the program was very aggressive for this site because they need a lot of services, and so that's been the challenge for us from day one, is packing this all in. Next slide. So this is the new configuration. Again, parking similar. Of course, this will be a podium level over the entire top of this parking because the clinic is above. There's basically meeting rooms and reception and restrooms at this ground floor, along with trash and stairs and everything else that we need. Next slide. The second floor is primarily internal medicine functions, and along with some staff lounge space. And you can see we have a deck to the south that facilitates not only that function, but also as a layering back from the neighbor that is to the south. Next slide. And then the third floor is the dental component. We have green roof on the floor, or the roof there, which will be great for those suites to basically look out onto that green roof. Next slide. So here's the story poles, and then here is the rendering of the building. You know, our thought on this was that we wanted a building, obviously a 3-story building in this location is a challenge from a neighborhood standpoint. It's predominantly 1-story buildings, some 2-story. So it seemed appropriate that we would do a traditional feeling 2-story building and to set the 3rd floor back, almost as if it was added at a future time, rather than taking the 3 stories face to face all the way up. That does involve some structural constraints, but I think it really helps in terms of the massing of the building. Next slide. So viewing this from St. Andrews, again, the story poles, and then next slide, how that will be perceived. As Kelly mentioned, you know, the ABR probably wants us to consider some different possible materials for that third floor. As I mentioned to you at the site visit, this is the same siding that we put on the Cancer Center, which I think has been successful, but we'll continue to work with the ABR. The point being to allow that third floor to basically recede within this neighborhood context. Next slide. And then this is looking down Mitchell Terrena towards the clinic, and then the rendering for that. Next few slides are just to kind of give you their, not color photo sims, but just sort of black and white to get a sense for the massing. You can just thumb through these, Kelly. Along Mitchell Terrena, this is along Almond, and then this is the side that faces San Andreas. And then the elevations, you can kind of get a sense of the setbacks of the third floor, the mechanical screen above. We want to maximize photovoltaics on this. The next slide shows the sections so you can understand how the building steps back and those functions. And then this is the Almond side. So here you can see how the little house that is to the south, it was very important to step back from that. Next slide is the south elevation, and we do have a planter, which Courtney will be able to describe, so that we do have planting that drapes over that wall and really softens it for that neighbor. Next slide is the San Andreas side, of course, with the building that is in front of it. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney Jane Miller, and happy to answer questions after we're done. Thank you.
Hello, Courtney Jane Miller, landscape architect. Looks like we're starting with our tree disposition plan. So as you saw at the site visit, we are proposing to remove 8 existing trees. Most of those are within the right-of-way along both streets that border our property. Those along the top have to be removed due to the Paseos project that was previously mentioned by Ms. Grant, and along Almond Avenue due to the required pedestrian master plan improvements along that street. The other 2 are on site and pretty insignificant junipers. So, next slide. The landscape concept is simple. The idea was to sort of maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. So we're lucky in that we have a pretty healthy setback between the back of sidewalk and the face of the building. So within that space, we have layered raised planters and olive trees, and those kind of border around the building. These would be fruitless olive trees. We love these for a number of reasons, but for this project, just maintenance friendly and work really well with the siding that Brian mentioned on the 3rd floor there. Along the 2nd floor, as Brian mentioned, we have this planter that kind of wraps around the south and west sides of the building. And we have a number of different plants proposed for the planter itself, but the more important part is the vines that will cascade down the back of those planters. And right now we're proposing the Parthenocissus, which I always forget the common name, Hacienda creeper. So those are self-clinging, and they'll just kind of hug around the edges of the walls really nicely. And I think next slide, we have just the community paseos, you know, kind of an enlargement of that. If you have any questions, I'm happy to speak to that as well. But our project site, as Ms. Grant mentioned, is on the bottom there. It's kind of encircled with the purple dash line. And we've been working closely with the transportation department to address the needed improvements for that street frontage to comply with this plan. Next slide, I think. No? That's it? Okay. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and that leaves you 6.5 minutes, of which I'm not sure how this works, but do we give them 1.5 minutes, or excuse me, 30 seconds towards public comment if they choose to have it, or do we give them the full 20 minutes, meaning they'll have 5.5 minutes for public comment? How do we handle that?
Chair Bonderson, I think it would be the full amount since you allocated that to begin with.
Perfect. I'm glad to learn something new. So you do have your 5.5 minutes. I will make sure that that's available if and when you choose to use it. At this time, we are going to take comments from members of the public pertaining to this specific item, and I do have a handful of speaker slips. Just give me a moment to set up my timer before I call anyone up here. So just a moment. Okay. And before I call the first person up, I want to double check with Ms. Fennessy or Mr. Busk. Do we have any extra speaker slips that have come in since we began?
Thank you. I have not received any more speaker slips.
Okay, so I have them all here on my desk. I will begin with Mr. Andrew Hazlitt. I understand that he has come forth with handouts for everyone, so I'm going to just pass them out while he's approaching the podium.
Thank you. And those may not be necessary, but I'm glad that you
Okay,
have
well,
them.
if you do want to refer to them, we have them in our hands. And I will just ask every individual speaker when they come forward to present their name and their relationship to this project before beginning. Then I will give you your 2 minutes. So go ahead and begin now to tell us who you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm Andrew Hazlitt, and I'm an attorney in town here at Riker Fowl. I am here on behalf of my client, which owns the service station on the corner of Mitchell-Torena and San Andres, and I'm brand new to this matter. I joined it yesterday, and as Ms. Allen said, the local property owners were notified within the last couple of weeks regarding this project, and so the owner of the gas station on the corner of Mitchell-Torena and San Andres just discovered this problem, just contacted us, and so I respectfully request, as a representative of the property owner that's perhaps most impacted by this proposed development, that Madam Chair would be willing to give me a few extra minutes to go through a couple of points.
I am only allowed to give you 2, but the fact that you just presented all that is, consider that your extra time. At least we know who you're here for and what you are going to represent. I will not start until you're ready, so.
Thank you.
Ready for 2 minutes?
I am, yes.
Here you go.
So we are here to express the reason for our client's opposition to this project, and to be clear, we are solely objecting now to the modified parking. We aren't here to dispute the project support, the height, the architecture, anything like that, right? The thing we need to do, though, is to explain to you that the current situation on the ground doesn't seem to have been portrayed adequately to this commission, and specifically, my client is next door to the existing clinic location. The existing clinic location has no drop-off. It has one parking space. That one parking space is an ADA space. So because this clinic is so severely underparked, what happens is 8 to 15 times a day, visitors come, they pass the clinic, there's nowhere to stop, so they pull in to the service station, right? As soon as they stop in the service station, these are specialized wheelchair vans, Easy Lift, Medi-Cal transport, in addition to normal, pedestrian-type vehicles, but these vehicles have nowhere to stop, right? So they block our parking spots. They block the air and the water that we're required to provide by law. They block our vacuums. They block all 7 of our parking spaces. They prevent our customers from entering the property, from accessing the fuel dispensers, from leaving the fuel dispensers, and they discourage potential customers from entering the property at all because they see this insanity happening on the property. So even when it's a taxi or an Uber or one of these other types of rides, they still block our traffic and they end up having to walk next door. So the aggregate effect is that we've had an ongoing dispute. We've sent cease and desist letters to the clinic. They have not been responded to. And so, in the meantime, my client learns that we have this new proposal that's seeking to expand this use and hires us to come here to talk to you all. So we recognize this is an important use. I'm confused by the timer. I beg your pardon.
Your time is actually up, but if you'd like to make a statement to finish your sentence, I'd allow it.
Thank you. We don't believe that this proposal can be approved as it is, and I would add very briefly that the draft off-site covenant does not in any way protect my client's current harm that's ongoing as a result of the activities or the future impact that this project would cause. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to ask you to stay there for just a moment. Commissioner Higgins, do you have a question for this public speaker?
Mr. Hazlett, so isn't there some logic to expanding their capacity nearby, sort of therefore cut the demand or reduce the demand in the other clinic, and thereby maybe limiting the demand? The project as proposed has a drop-off too? I mean, a loading zone on the parcel? Does that?
The problem is going to be is that the new location is across the street from the current location, and the current location is going to continue to be used, right? The yellow drop-off zone cannot possibly handle the 6 cars that the staff recognizes are going to have to be there during peak periods, plus the shuttle. These people aren't going to have anywhere to park. And more importantly, the numbers don't account for the Ubers, the taxis, or the ride shares. They're not accounted for in those parking studies, which are 2.5 years old.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hazlett. We appreciate you being here. Next, we have Mr. Ron Warft. I hope I got your pronunciation right. And when you do come forward, please introduce yourself first and your relationship to the project, and then I will start your 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Ron Werft. I serve as the president and CEO at Cottage Health and Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital here in Santa Barbara. And I'm here to speak in support of the project. This project that is before you is a significant lift for the healthcare of people in Santa Barbara on the west side specifically, and particularly for the vulnerable populations that the West Side Clinic serves. I can't speak to the entitlement issues that are before you, but I can speak to the importance of this project and what the clinics does for our community. I'll just touch on Cottage's view of this and our support and the community's support and why we think it's worthy of your support. This replacement project, as you heard in the presentation, provides expansion space that will allow the West Side Clinic to take care of an additional roughly 10,000 medical patients and nearly 2,000 dental patients. That's a significant expansion of the capability of serving a very important population on the west side of Santa Barbara. Cottage has a long history of partnership with the clinics, well over 20 years. And this is a win-win partnership between Cottage and the Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics in every respect. We partnered on the development of the clinic expansion on Cayreal and Goleta. Our history goes back for providing things that we are able to do and things the clinic is able to do. And some examples of this include operational, financial, annual support, and capital support, specifically a pledge toward the construction of this project that our board has approved because it believes in it so strongly. We also lend our expertise when we can to the clinics for as requested. And in fact, Scott Allen is here. He's the Director of Facilities and Construction at Cottage, and he participates along with the clinic to provide whatever expertise they find to be helpful. We partner on a bridge clinic for individuals in the emergency department at Santa Barbara who are in need of intervention on substance use disorder issues, and we provide space. The clinic provides all the professional staff, and the clinic is partnering on a pediatric residency that's going to be terrific for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Worf. That concludes your 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you for the great work that you do. We
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
being
And thank
here.
you in advance for hopefully your support of this project. It'll improve the health of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next, we have Mr. Fred Cass, please. You can step up to the podium.
I'm Fred Cass. Next year will actually be my 33rd year of practicing oncology in Santa Barbara. And my relationship to the project is that for more than 3 decades, I've been an incredible fan as well as a partner in neighborhood health clinics as we've tried to partner with them in the care of cancer patients. And I think the reason where I'm such a big fan and the reason why we're so grateful is that they serve our neighborhoods with the greatest needs and the fewest resources. And we know in cancer medicine as in other subspecialties, high need and few resources turns into poor outcomes. And that's been our struggle in Santa Barbara as we've tried to provide safety net for the neighbors, for our neighbors who have the greatest need and are at the greatest risk. We did a project some years ago with the help and support of Ron Werf and his team. We went to Mitchell-Serena Street Bridge and we looked at the neighborhoods to the north, close to downtown, and we looked at the neighborhoods close to on the other side of the bridge in the heart of the west side. The health outcomes the difference in health outcomes are dramatic. It's an epidemiologic statistic, but the number of deaths per 100,000 is 25% higher on the south end of the bridge than it is on the north end of the bridge. The depth of the need is related in part to the poverty in that area. We've estimated that 25% of the people in that neighborhood live at below the federal poverty limit. So and when we look at the distribution of healthcare centers in Santa Barbara, we have a large number of healthcare centers. Almost all of them are north of 101. The Westside Clinic is one of the few that in that area. So we're also conscious of the fact that travel is extraordinarily complicated. If you're poor, either you don't have a car, or as I would commend, there's a great article in the New York Times today about the implications of being poor and trying to have a car. So we love the idea that the Westside Clinic is in the West Side and that they are going to have increased capacity to serve a population of our neighbors who have traditionally been underserved and extraordinarily needy. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. I apologize for having to interrupt, but I appreciate your being here today. Next we have, and I want to make sure I get the name right, I believe it's Dr. Lynn Fitzgibbons. It's going to go like this. I just have to hold it. Okay. Go ahead and present your name and your relationship, and then I'm going to start the timer.
Sounds good.
Go ahead.
Dr. Lynn Fitzgibbons. I am a board of directors for the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics and an infectious disease physician for Cottage Health, as well as for the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department.
Okay, thank you. Your 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. So I am here, I think, to provide some context. I am not a parking expert. I am an infectious disease doctor who sat last night at the Public Health Department with a young man who was recently diagnosed with HIV. And he came into my clinic, referred from the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic, because his provider thought to test him. I then sat this morning in Morning Report because my day job, I actually work for Mr. Ron Werft. I'm a fond colleague of Dr. Fred Cass. But I am the director for the internal medicine residency program at Cottage Health, where our internal medicine residents care for our community's uninsured and underinsured patients when they're admitted to the hospital. And so as I sat in Morning Report at 7:30 this morning, I heard about 3 different insecurely housed homeless patients who were struggling with chronic mental health problems, really, really poorly controlled, substance use disorders, admitted in the past 24 hours, all of whom call the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics their medical home. And so I think I just come here to provide the context that from a provider's perspective, what is actually not talked about, I think as often as it ought to be, I think in the public forum, is the number 10,000 just flew by. And I wanted to give, I think, a couple of tiny anecdotes to what that 10,000 patient face looks like. The neighborhood clinics already does amazing work, and I'll finish because I know I'm about to run out of time with, I think, perhaps a final just comment that the Westside Clinic is an absolute gem in the community. It is a true neighborhood clinic that cares for the neighbors around the west side, around that whole part of the downtown area. And I think that while I'm not a parking expert, and I know these conversations are complex, I am grateful for the ability to, I think, present the perspective from the healthcare provider that moving forward on this is going to be incredible for the community and for every one of those 10,000 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect.
2 minutes?
Perfectly done. Well done. Okay, thank you. Next we have Lily, I think it's Bastman, but if I did that wrong, I welcome you to introduce yourself for the record and take a moment to make sure we got your name right.
It's Bosch 2, kind of like a chew.
Is it Bosch 2?
Bosch 2.
Okay, I couldn't read your handwriting, my apologies.
I'm sorry. Okay. My name is Catherine Lily Bosch II. I'm 77 years old, retired teacher's aide. I live on the west side, 1511 Chino Street, and I've been there for the past 30 years. I have various potentially serious health concerns and mobility issues. I first became a patient in the early 70s when I moved to a duplex on Mitchell Terrena, a single mother of a then 6-year-old son. Currently, I live on a modest Social Security income. And so affordability and easy physical access to a clinic is necessary for me, as they are also necessary to serve the many members of the West Side population that, as you've heard, are plagued by low wages paid to many essential workers who fill the vitally important lower paying service jobs that allows the larger Santa Barbara community to properly function during our recently challenging times. A healthy community depends on maintaining and improving a clinic on the west side within walking distance or a short bus ride of our valuable, hardworking members. Restoration of the crosstown shuttle across the bridge will help resolve these parking problems. Supporting the new clinics is one of the best things the city can do to promote the equal rights and equitable treatment to a key group that is serving the needs of Santa Barbara. I just feel extremely strongly that the win-win-win solution is the restoration of the shuttle over the Mitchell Terrena Street Bridge. It can bring elderly people like me who have mobility issues. It can bring the people who work at the clinic, who live on the corridor along the route that has been suppressed for whatever reason. And bicycles are going to be safer on Arriaga Street anyway, so take them out of the equation. They don't need to be there. That is too busy and too dangerous an intersection to be routing the bikes through there. So the shuttle is the key. Moving the bikes onto Arriaga will resolve all sorts of problems.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bastu. We appreciate having you here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next, we have David Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, if you could step forward. And I'm going to extend the same courtesy of not starting your timer until you introduce yourself. So please give us your name and your relationship to the project.
Thank you. My name is Dave Hopkins. You might know me as Hopper, and I'm also a board member of the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic and a board member of Committee of Social Justice and outreach coordinator for them.
Okay, your 2 minutes will begin now.
Okay, thank you. And often during work, I hear talk among the unhoused about their upcoming appointments at the clinic and how happy that they are that they don't have to jump on multiple buses to go back out to the county clinic and whatnot. And, I've been a patient with neighborhood clinics for 15 years, and the clinic has been a lifesaver for me. And I used to be homeless myself on the streets, and then the clinics had helped me get, on a road to wellness. They've provided me with treatment for Hep C and other serious ailments that have I've had which was handy because the labs are also right there at the clinic, and doing lab work was, just such a necessity. And so there's no other place of getting frequent blood work like that right in town, which is fantastic. And it's convenient for also the vaccines and the flu shots and the population, the unhoused population, for people to get over there as well. And the clinic also is located I live right on the west side, so besides doing my work in that area and driving around there, I just see multiple moms with carriages, and if there's going to be a parking lot, there should be one for all the baby carriages that go there. But you know, and it is the homey kind of clinic. And like on Wednesdays, unfortunately, I'd go there and that's family day. So being a single guy, it's like, oh my God, what am I into? But hearing all the giggling kids and the happy moms, you know, it's just a convenient place for these people. And, you know, that's about it. And they also did help me get a service dog through the doctor there. And, you know, just as everybody said, the convenience of the West Side Clinic and the amount of people that you see talking about it and how much they love going there in the holidays and seeing the kids with all the different festivities that they put up for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. And lastly, I have one speaker slip left. If there's anyone who still wants to speak, this will be your last chance to fill out a form and bring it forward. We have Joan Marshall, last but not least. No, take your time. We're happy to have you. And I won't start your timer until you finish your introduction. Please go ahead.
My name-
I'm going to suggest that you speak
Raise it
into the
a little-
mic. Yeah, we want to make sure we could hear you.
Okay. My name is Joan Marshall. I'm a very old, and I'm old too, but I have been going to the clinic almost since it opened. And my address, you want my address?
Are you in the neighborhood?
No, I'm not. I come across town. Fortunately, I have a car. A lot of people don't. My car is not always running well, but I have a car, and it was in the shop for 8 days, and I really missed it.
All right, I'm going to start your 2 minutes, so
Okay.
go ahead and give us your comment.
Except for the West Side Clinic, the neighborhood is not a food desert. It's a medical care desert. The building, to be able to accommodate as much as it can is wonderful idea, and wonderful because it has the dental. The dental is low cost, or I understand for children or some groups of people, it's even free, which is amazing. I will show you my bridge that I got for $50 a visit to the other medical clinic that's too far for many people in the neighborhood over there. I've been a patient for, well, a long, long time. And at the time they opened, it was maybe a year after that or so. I was a single mom and waiting tables. I waited tables for 40 years. And of course, that's a job with no insurance, no job security, and minimum wage. Fortunately, I had help and I had a place to live. And I really respect the skilled and respectful staff and doctors, caring doctors, skilled doctors, and they need more space. I mean, that's a very small space that they use very, very well. As far as the parking goes, when they are out of there, when this project is empty, where they are will be an administration building, and those 2 parking spaces in front can be used towards the deficit on the new building.
Ms. Marshall, that concludes your 2 minutes, but I would like to ask you a question while we have you here. When you drive in to visit the clinic, where do you park?
I have a handicap placard. Most of the time, that space is not used, and the space next to it, I don't know. I don't know. It looks to me like there's 2 spaces, only one of them marked for parking. I park there.
In the non-handicap spot?
In the handicap with
handicap
my
spot.
placard, yeah.
Well,
And
very good.
if I thought somebody else needed it, I wouldn't, but it's always empty.
Thank you. It's good information for us to know. We appreciate having you here today. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Ms. Fennessy, I'm going to hand you the speaker slips. And thank you for your help. And let me just check in with you. Do we have anyone online that would like to give public comment at this time?
Thank you. We currently don't have any attendees in the Zoom, and we did not receive any general public comment written correspondence.
Thank you. So I'm going to refer back to the applicant team. Do you want to use your remaining time? And don't misunderstand, I'm not here texting. I'm going to use the timer because the timer doesn't seem to be running the way I'd like it, and I'll have more control.
I don't have 99 minutes?
Yeah, you don't. That's what's going on. So I've been managing it by hand. I'm not going to do that. She has 4.5, 5.5, but I'm going to do it on my phone, and you'll still be able to see
I don't need all that time.
If Commissioner Wiscombe can figure it out, you could put 5 minutes, and at least they can see the 5 minutes. That's real.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, it's actually 5.5. If I said 4.5 before, I meant 5.5.
I just need
Yeah.
30
I'm
seconds
happy
or
to-
less.
I'm happy to just have you get started if I can give, that's it. She knows the magic better than anyone. So just do the restart.
Madam Chair, while you're, I certainly want to keep the hearing going, and just wanted to respond to the public comment.
It's not working.
And I apologize, I did not write down
No,
the
you don't have
speaker's
to.
name.
The timer is on, and if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. The first speaker representing the adjacent property owner at the gas station, and
Mr.
appreciate.
Hazlitt.
Hazlitt. Appreciate Commissioner Higgins' questions. Certainly, the project has parking, more parking supply than the existing clinic. So when patients come in and maybe they're dropped off by a family member, there's a parking lot where that drop-off can happen on site, and the patient goes in, or they have a place to park where they can go into the clinic. And of course, as we've explained, there's a loading area. So the idea is that the proposed project will alleviate what came to our attention, at least to my attention, recently when we were going door to door to the area businesses. So the gas station owner's spouse, I'm not sure exactly, did express their concern or irritation with folks coming in, parking, dropping off, probably getting back in the car and going and find somewhere to park. So he's showed you the images. It's been happening. The CEO and members of the clinic have been made aware of it and have spoken to him and are doing everything they can to stop that drop-off activity. My understanding is they are letting all the patients know, please do not pull into the gas station. Find another way to, escort your family members in, and that's just not allowed, and it's impacting their business. So they're taking it very seriously. With that, that's all I wanted to say. We'll move on, and happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. We spent more time trying to figure out the timer than your presentation. I appreciate the patience. Oh, goodness. Stop here. There's the problem. Okay, so back to Ms. Fennessy. Do we have any other public comment in any capacity? Can I close it?
Thank you. We do not have any more public comment.
Very good, thank you. So I will close public comment, and I will now turn to my fellow commissioners for questions. If you are ready, go ahead and turn on your lights. Okay, it was a tie. We'll give it to Commissioner Higgins since it's his last time to be able to do this.
I don't have any questions.
Really? All right, Commissioner Bauke.
Thank you, Chair. Questions I have is to the transportation staff, honestly. I notice we have 2 bus stops on Mitchell-Torino, one across the street, and then one just down the block a little bit. And when I started hearing the conversation about drop-offs, my first thing is well, let's put a drop zone in front and then of the clinic, and only to find that is where the bus stop is, that location. Is there a possibility of relocating the bus stop on the north side of Mitchell-Torino that would allow a drop zone in front of the current facility on the north side? Is that something that's possible with the situation out there?
Sorry, excuse me. Hold on, let me take my mask off. Commissioner Baki, through the chair, that is something that is beyond the scope for this project. It's something that we can consider. It is common for bus stop and loading areas to be commingled because it doesn't, because they can overlap in function. For the specifically for this project, for the expansion, there is a 30-foot drop-off zone on Almond Avenue. And again, it was because we are going to be having bike lanes on Mitchell-Torina. It's to limit the amount of frictions between cyclists, drivers, and pedestrians. Mitchell-Torina is a very busy street, especially in that section of Mitchell-Torina. So again, the solution for this site was the Almond Avenue drop-off. And there will be the bus stop for this site on the south side will be relocated just to the east of Almond Avenue.
Okay. Chair Bonnerson, I've got a question for the applicant.
Which applicant would you like to speak with, or what will it
It'd be-
entail? We can get the right person up.
It's a question of what the use of the existing facility on the north side is going to be in the future, and what's the intensity of that use, and
Yeah, Ms. Allen
will
is,
that change the dynamics of what's going on there?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bauke. My understanding is, well, the clinic is still evaluating how they will use that building across the street. What they have, what they're considering is a less intense use than what is there once the new clinic, presuming the new clinic is approved, once the new clinic is in operation across the street. More detail, I would have to turn to the clinic folks that are here in the room, but I don't know that they've completely decided yet. But yeah, come on up.
Madam Chair, in response to Commissioner Baki, as Trish mentioned, we are still analyzing in terms of the use. However, we are really hopeful to be able to use the space for very low impact specialty supporting and enabling services such as chiropractic, optometry, services that are very much needed over there. But again, that is something that we have to analyze and we have to come to that decision. And we really think, because our medical, our dental, and our behavioral health services that are actually very high use in terms of the number of patients that are going to be seen, they're going to be transferred to the new clinic. So that is going to help with a lot of congestions and drop-offs in that area.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
okay, anyone else? Commissioner Lodge, please. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. I didn't recognize that it was on. My apologies. Commissioner Wiscombe. Sure. Commissioner Lodge, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Ms. Grant, Transportation Planner. And this really isn't, it's not really related to whether or not I'm fully supportive of this clinic. They do a fantastic job. But on the changes that the city is planning to make, you will not be able to make a left turn as you're heading west, as I understand it, because there will be that pedestrian safe zone or whatever in the middle. People will not be able to make left turns coming out of Almond, and they will not be able to make left turns from Mitchell-Torina onto Almond. So the drop-off zone, then, you kind of have to go around the block to get to. I'm confused. How's that? I mean, or you would have, the only way you can get to it is coming east on Mitchell-Torina, if I understand correctly.
Commissioner Lodge, through the chair, so it is, Kelly is pointing out, if you could just show with your mouse the movement. So if you're going towards downtown, you can make a right on Almond.
Right.
If you're coming from downtown on Mitchell Torina and want to visit the center.
Oh, there's a turn pocket
Yes, there's
there.
a turn pocket right there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. Okay. And then what about accessing the parking spaces?
Yes, and so accessing the parking spaces, you still can, just after that pedestrian refuge island, and I apologize that we don't have the driveway location, but you can also make a left into the parking facility. And this is also reviewed by our traffic engineer, Mr. Bailey, did not have any concerns with that movement.
Okay, thank you.
Before I call the next commissioner, I just want to keep Ms. Grant on this. Is the parking lot a one-way directional, so you have to turn in off of Mitchell Torina and exit onto Almond? Are you familiar with the, or Ms. Broderson?
Yes, I'm just going to bring up the site plan just to show.
I just think it will help with the continuation of that question, to be really clear how the traffic circulates.
So it is, to answer your question, it's a one-way circulation from Mitchell Torina and then an out on Almond.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification at that moment. And we have Commissioner Wiscom next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sent some questions to Ms. Broderson and Ms. Ostringer, and I think they've been answered, but I just want to kind of go over them here. And they're all related to the off-site parking, I think. Since there's a 90-day cancellation notification of parking, what happens if alternative arrangements have not been secured at the end of 90 days? Obviously, we're not going to close the clinic. So I don't know if we should have some sort of condition that there should be another extension by the community development director. I think, Ms. Ostringer, that was your recommendation, maybe that we draft something that asks for another or a 90-day extension from the community development director if they're unable to locate alternative parking. So I'd just like you to comment on that.
Yes. Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom, yeah, if the parking is no longer, off-site parking is no longer available, then that's a condition of the CUP and why we were granting the modification, so technically the use could not continue. However, I was suggesting, when you brought it up, that perhaps a good idea would be to add the option to allow the community development director to grant a 90-day extension, which would generally allow us to come back to you to review that condition. My suggestion is that it would be placed within the parking covenant so that we have more flexibility and not be tied to the conditions of approval or within the conditions of approval in case the parking arrangement changes at some time, if parking requirements change.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I had asked about, there's no mention, there's the shuttle loading zone, which is in the draft conditions of approval, but the shuttle wasn't in there, and Ms. Ostringer explained that if we get, I know you're trying to secure parking that's closer to the clinic, so are we just anticipating that if we get parking that's closer in the 500 to 1,250 feet, that they'll walk to the clinic? Is that kind of what the concept is? I'm just curious. Maybe Ms. Allen or someone can. These are all what ifs.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Chair Bonderson, to answer Commissioner Wiscom's question, that's a great question. I guess it would really depend on the distance and what the allowance is through the provision of the off-site parking, because if it is a certain distance away, maybe Ms. Grant can help me, we may have to continue to shuttle employees. I think there's a reasonable distance where employees it's considered walkable. That's probably within
That-
the
and-
500 feet. Is that
Yeah, is-
correct?
500
So-
feet is, so 1,250 feet's not considered walkable. So I'm just trying to understand.
I would consider that walkable.
1250?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to make this too difficult, and we're really getting down to kind of picky things, but I'm trying to anticipate when the shuttle no longer gets, when the employees no longer have the advantage of the shuttle and, you know, when they have to walk.
Yeah, Chair, or Commissioner Wiscombe, through the chair, in an ideal world for the municipal code, if I could try to reason through the linear feet distance, so for 500 in a perfect world is where we'd want to see off-site parking. 1250, if I remember correctly, that's a quarter mile, and that's typically what you're willing to walk before you go to another mode. So there's another exception for the 1250. And if the off-site parking was within that, then we wouldn't, require the shuttle.
And is there something in the code that if it's not within the 1250, that it triggers alternatives like shuttle?
Yes, once it's beyond that, then there needs to be some sort of means to get the employees.
Okay.
And so.
And that's in our code?
It's not in the code, it's a condition recommendation. So I believe it's about a 2-mile walk from.
It's 1.8.
1.8.
Yeah.
And so that's when we think it's too long of a distance for, again, general population to walk that every day, especially for this clinic. The hours, I believe, of operation, please correct me if I'm wrong, Trish, but for staff, it would be like 7 a.m. to then 7 p.m. And again, especially in the evening hours, it may not be as ideal to walk that entire 1.8 mile route. So that's why we're recommending a shuttle be included at this time.
Okay, so do we need to, as a planning commission, do we need to do anything about this distance from 1,250 linear feet to 1.8 miles? Do we need to do anything about that in terms of a condition whereby a shuttle is required versus not required? That's really the bottom line of my question.
I think that, again, the applicant team's been analyzing several potential off-site locations. This is the one at this point in time that we had to evaluate. If they have another location in the future, then we would evaluate it as necessary.
Okay, and
but
that's something
again,
transportation can
yes,
do?
yes.
Okay, so that's great. I can cross that off the list.
Chair
then.
Bonderson?
Yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe, if I may, too, one of the flexibility of the parking covenant is if the parking were to change, we'd address it through a revision to the parking covenant. If, say, for example, it's still above 1250, but it got to, 1,300 and we felt like we needed the shuttle, we'd address it through a revision to the parking covenant.
Okay, and it's in the parking covenant then, that you have the ability to do that as the city working with the applicant, right?
Yes.
Okay, good, okay, good. And, because I know some of your answers were keep it out of the conditions of approval and keep it in the parking covenant. So, so the only other question that I have, and this is really, this goes to employees that are maybe running late or something, happens and all of a sudden I'm going to grab a place on the street and then all of a sudden, several people do and the shuttle becomes something that's not used. So I know that the applicant has said that employees will sign an agreement to park off-site, and it's contained in the parking covenant, from what I gather. But I think Ms. Ostringer said if we feel it's important, we could add it to the conditions of approval. I worry about people that say, no, I'm going to walk, I'm not going to take the shuttle, so, and then they end up parking on the street and they're impacting the neighborhood. So Ms. Ostringer, if you could just tell me how you feel about that. If you think that it's adequate in the parking covenant, then that's fine.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom, I personally feel it's covered in the parking covenant, particularly in the fact that they have to do parking reporting on their employees. So they'll need to be monitoring that and providing the city with information, so we'll know and they will know if their employees are not utilizing the shuttle.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry for the nitpicky questions. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscom. And just want to double check, I don't see a light, but Commissioner Wardlow, do you have any questions at this time? Thank you. Okay, I have a few questions, and I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I don't know if it's very, very clear, but I'd like to hear the answer on record. Question for the applicant. I know that excavation is expensive, and it certainly comes at a cost, but has any consideration been given to providing a lower level parking area that would accommodate the required parking spots necessary for this site?
No.
Is
No, Chair Bonderson, there is just no way that we could there's not enough land to get down underneath the building. We'd consume everything up above with a ramp going down, and it would be exceedingly expensive. Our latest calculations for a parking space in a basement exceeds $40,000.
Thank you. And just to keep you there, be really, really clear, because of the size of the lot, the ramp itself would be nearly impossible to get you down to the next floor to even preserve space for those spots. Is that what you're saying? Just to be really clear.
Yeah, I would have to begin the ramp, say it came off Mitchell-Torrena in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't make it down to the basement until it was probably to that second arrow.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing it. It's a very important issue, and clearly you've done the work to figure out if it would work, and we needed to hear about that. Thank you. The next question I have is with regard to the setbacks. Ms. Broderson, this is a zoning question. I'd like to understand on the staff report on page 4, we have the requirements or the allowances, then we have the existing and the proposed. I was interested to understand why the proposed for the interior setback on the west property line has gone down to 0. How is that accommodated? Like, is there any justification from a staff perspective for that?
Chair Bonderson, for commercial buildings in a commercial zone, there's 0 setbacks for the interior lot lines.
Thank you. And the reason I ask is because in the requirement and allowance column, it says 6 feet. Okay.
Chair Bonderson, thank you for catching that. We do think it's a typo, but I'll double check.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like the other ones all meet the requirement, so I'm just wanted to double check with that. Thank you. My other question is, and it's a zoning question. We have a 10-foot front setback requirement on Mitchell-Torrena, but then 20-foot, I want to make sure I say this right, setback requirement on Almond Street. Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly. Is it 10 feet? Is there a 10-foot setback in both directions when it's a front setback, but the 20 is because it's on a higher level, and it's being, okay, got it. And they're only using, the 10-foot setback at Mitchell Trina for the first and second floor, and then the third floor is only affected on the Almond side. Is that how that's been written? I guess I'm really unclear on how the chart has been laid out.
Yes, Chair Bonderson, for commercial properties, for the first and second floor, it's a 20-foot setback, and for anything above the second floor, it's the 20-foot setback, so it's the same for both Mitchell Trina and Almond.
That's exactly what I want to understand. I appreciate the clarification, so it's been written that way. Thank you.
And Chair Bonderson, before you move on, I just want to confirm that that is a typo in the staff report. There's no required interior setback for a commercial building.
Thank you, and I assume that will be corrected. Yes, very good. My next question is an architectural question. We'll aim it at Mr. Cornell. I believe it was your presentation, you demonstrated a rendering that was a view from San Andreas, and I don't know if it's worth putting back up. It showed the project from the intersection, and it demonstrated, I'll wait for it to come up so we're on the same page. It's the 3D rendering with the streetscape. No,
one
it's
more.
the one with the.
One more.
Mhm.
Two more.
There you are. Stay there. Thank you. Okay, so this demonstrates the front elevation in the lighter coloring for the facade on Mitchell Trina, the darker that's set back at the higher level. First question is, from a design perspective, why did you choose to have I assume it's the second story color match the third story color when you are set further back on the property? So that greenish kind of tan, darker tan goes down?
Mhm.
What was the design decision for that?
For why the green? you
It's not
mean,
because
or-
it's green, but I'm curious to know why does it go all the way down? I don't know how low it
Oh,
goes, but it
I
goes
see.
lower than the front facade at that same height.
It really was just to pull that building back. I mean, we need some of that space for mechanical equipment at that level. So that is serving that function. So that's really the reason I didn't extend the second floor the whole way along that side. I think that's really what you're asking, correct?
Yeah, exactly, because I understood when we were on the property, and I may have misunderstood the story poles, that the second story goes all the way back along that property line, but from this view, it's demonstrating that it actually jogs back in.
Correct.
Okay, and then for that reason, you just kept that portion all the same material, the portion that's pulled
Yeah,
back?
and it also allows us to have windows at the second floor along that property line.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about the architectural style. It's so different than other projects that you're well known for in our community, and I was curious to understand what your vision was for this. Why is this more simple and stark and doesn't really look like Santa Barbara?
Well,
Give an architect the floor on a question like that.
We actually originally, I thought about this neighborhood and I thought, okay, there aren't a lot of two-story buildings except the one that we're replacing, really. And I thought, a little neighborhood center like this, in the old days, it would have had a little, little brick building that would have been 2 stories with offices on the second floor, maybe a hardware store downstairs or whatever. And so I sort of started in that notion, and actually we went to ABR with it being brick. And they said, no, there's no brick buildings in Santa Barbara. I said, well, there are, but they're mostly painted. Anyway, then it was just basically simplify it, make it feel like, a humble building that would have been built there back in the 20s with some detail, and then again somebody came along and added to the third floor. I know it's a story, but that's the concept.
If you're making it up on the spot, I'm
No,
very
no, no, no.
impressed.
That's absolutely the concept.
Very good. And I just want to ask you point blank, because I didn't see it in the ABR minutes, did ABR have any interest in articulating the architectural facades or adding any sort of Santa Barbara elements? Was there any comment along that line?
I'm sure there were some members that would have liked me to do that, but I just really felt I wanted to keep it simple.
Okay. Okay, thank you for explaining your vision
Sure.
and your architectural style in this one. It's, it's noteworthy that it's so different, adding to your portfolio. Let's see. My next question is for Ms. Grant, and it has to do with Ms. Bastu's question regarding the shuttle. I do recall myself that there used to be a shuttle that crossed the bridge here. When did that cease, and what is the plan, if any, to ever bring that back?
Chair Ronderson, so that's, the president was referring to the Crosstown shuttle,
Yeah.
and there's been just disruptions in service, just mainly due to the pandemic, and like many of us, have all experienced staffing shortages, and MTD is one of them. So we do anticipate that everything will be online once there's full staffing, because they've had a tough time with hiring bus drivers. And but right adjacent, I mean, this is right adjacent to San Andres, and there is the also popular line there that has a transit connection as well. So, and that's only, as we could just see it from that corner, so a very short distance to still access it. But I hope once this is constructed, we'll be at normal transit.
Does the Transportation and Circulation Department, do you have the shuttle on your to-do list for the future? Is it expected to make a comeback?
Well, this is the Crosstown shuttle. I think you're referring to the downtown
The
shuttle.
small shuttle, the
So-
little one that does more trips in a day.
That would be more, in the discussions with the long-term plan with the smaller shuttles. Right now, they just have the larger buses, but I think many residents enjoyed the cute little the shuttle. So
Well, and the frequency of it. And I
Right.
assume, Mr. Busk, this is neither the time or place to put that into any discussion. So I wanted to address that because it was of interest to me as well. And that being said, I have a question with regard to the current use. I believe, Ms. Broadus, this would be aimed at you. The current use for this property, did it, at the time of its development, require a parking mod, or was it before the time that required any of that? I mean, how does the current parking work, since we're trying to basically replace it almost identically?
That's a good question, Chair Bonderson. So let's see, the existing building is 4,000 square feet.
Yeah, could you grab your mic a little closer,
Right.
make sure it's on?
So 4,000 square feet divided by 250 is what, 4 times 4, right? 16 spots. So I believe that they actually have 16 spots. So the current building complies with the parking ordinance.
Okay.
4,000 divided by 250 equals 16, right?
So at the time of its development, it would have met whatever the current code
Right.
was at that time? Okay.
16 spots on site.
It's good to know. I wouldn't have recognized that. Thank you. And that, I suppose, brings me to my last question, and that has to do with the relationship between the two clinics and the fact that if there's any way in the language, and I don't know if I'm way off here, I don't know how to do this or if it even fits. So Ms. Ostringer, be ready to jump in on me. If we make it, is there any way to work the two properties together to reroute drop-off for the existing clinic to be part of the design and expectation of how this parking lot works? The actual on-property, not the drop-offs that are on the outside on the street, but if we can actually make some sort of language that requires the existing clinic across the street and the new proposed clinic to work together to route all drop-offs onto this property. Is that allowed, or are they looked at as completely separate properties here?
Chair Bonderson, you can't condition the other property
Got
through
it.
this, this conditions.
It was worth a try. Just wanted to know what can be done here just to help alleviate what's going on across the street since they're related owners, but I appreciate it. I understand.
Chair Bonderson, I did want to just clarify for the record as far
Yes.
as for painting for the existing bus stop. It is a red curve, so technically it would just be serving the transit and not functionally a drop-off space right now in the current configuration. But I think as Ms. Allen mentioned, or with these, if they remained as sort of sister campuses, it becomes just an operational and probably advised to the patients if they are doing drop-off to go to Almond, and then we'll have a nice crossing installed there.
That is such a nice idea. Maybe it's something you say every time somebody calls to make an appointment, and you know, that's an internal workaround. But Ms. Grant, I'm going to add a extra little question. I promise it's quick. Did you guys do a traffic study for the left-hand turn into the lot and how it may obstruct or slow down traffic at all if there's a line of traffic behind that turn?
It was evaluated for circulation purposes for our engineering. And again, given the proposed use and times, because it's medical appointments where people are coming and going, we did not see that as a operational conflict with the mainline operations of Mitchell Trina.
Thank you. Nice to hear that there was some research there. Thank you. That concludes my questions, and I'm going to offer a second round. So Commissioner Higgins?
No questions, just would, I can go into deliberations. if you'd like.
Okay, and I was going to go ahead and just remind us that we are going to keep deliberations as comments and take a motion afterwards. Commissioner Higgins, are you ready to begin?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, a little disappointed to hear about the conflicts at the gas station. Probably not the first time that's ever happened in this town, that somebody has to do some extra policing. So let me just sort of end my critique there, because this is the A-team of applicants. Your long history of working with the city and neighborhoods is on display every day, and nobody has to look too far back in the record about the hospital redevelopment to see the extra work that was done and the sincerity under which it was your approach with the neighborhood and going the extra mile. In particular, your team of consultants and your agents and designers, completely A-team. It is a very handsome and bold building, and it's going to be a neighborhood-defining building. I appreciate Commissioner Bonderson's questions about the architecture and the responses. It's incredible, and I don't have any issues with the parking deficit. I never have had issues with parking deficits. We have got to stop using the remaining parts of our urban core to house vehicles, and we should look at this as an opportunity to encourage people to use their feet or their bicycle or the shuttles. And so I'm okay with all of this, and it's obviously an incredible need that needs to be facilitated as quickly as possible, so I will stop talking.
Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fairly familiar with this neighborhood because I had a friend that lived there that I would pick up regularly to go to events and what have you. And this was, she died a few years ago, and so this is like, 10 years ago. And there were often times, and this is after hours, after 6, I would have to double park on the street because there was absolutely no place to park. This is, not on San Andres, but residential parts. And it just, there are more cars than there are living there than there are on-street parking spaces. So I shared staff's concern about this parking arrangement where it is that far away and the issues that could come up. However, the West Side Clinic provides such a vital service to the community, to an underserved community, that I'm going to overlook it all and I support the project. Thank you.
Commissioner Wardlow?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Thank you to the applicant team. This has been a very thorough presentation, and I really commend all the work that you've done to make this project come to life. I stand with a lot of the comments that were made by the public commenters today that this is a real vital community benefit and resource to the West Side, and I'm very excited to support this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Wardlow. It is a very exciting project. I think another benefit to it is the Community Paseos project, which is going through in its inception right now. But I think it's going to really help with the area. I think Mr. Hazlett's comments about the gas station and parking, one thing that you have to realize is that clinic it's in the existing clinic, and it's been there since 1973. That's almost 50 years. So I think that's what our staff report says. So, yeah. So I think, this project will go lengths to help solve some of the problems that maybe have evolved in the last 50 years. We do have the drop-off zone. I'm confident that the Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics will work with the existing site and the new site to hopefully smooth out any of those kind of problems in the neighborhood. I totally support the project. I think it's marvelous. It's incredible how many more patients it's going to serve. So thank you for bringing it, and thank you for staff and the applicant team. I think you've all done an admirable job. Thank you.
And I will wrap up deliberation with my comments. I want to echo the feeling that there's so much importance in the expansion and keeping the West Side Clinic here at this location and expanding it without removing the existing. This neighborhood needs it. The community is certainly benefiting from it. I would like to just say that I used to be a patient at this clinic when I was younger, and unlike my colleagues, I have a very different opinion about parking. I personally have limitations which do not allow me to walk or ride bikes as freely and at such length as I would like to on a personal level. I may do it on a good day, but then I don't walk very well for weeks at a time afterwards as a punishment. I had not one, but 6 knee surgeries over the course of my teen years, and my young adult years I had 1 more. So I am somebody who would come to your clinic and need parking. And I don't have a ADA parking placard, therefore I would have to go find parking in some other fashion. And I think it's really important to take into consideration when you are a medical clinic, when you are seeing patients that have to do with physical care, like chiropractor or acupuncturist, many are coming to you because they do need support with their body and with their accessibility. And you may not meet the needs on your parking lot. I also want to mention, you are serving a lot of families. You have mothers coming with strollers. You have mothers carrying their children. You have mothers stopping at the grocery store on their way home and then walking with their child, their stroller, and their groceries. You know, you have to just keep in mind, they may not have vehicles because of the socioeconomic status, but if they do, then we want to make sure that we can accommodate them. And this project, as it's proposed, does not accommodate those types of patients. I wouldn't want you to turn someone away because they can't be received. It's actually the main reason I stopped coming to your clinic years ago, and I found a different clinic that had parking, believe it or not. Seems like a very silly reason, but that's the truth. I'm also concerned about any of your staff that may need to work longer hours if they stay after hours, and how does your shuttle accommodate for that? Are they then on their own? Do they have to walk in the dark if they need to get to their parking spot, especially if it's at a farther distance and there's not a lot of really great street lighting in this area. Now, it may get improved with our pedestrian master plan. I'm so looking forward to that. But I do just want to bring that up. This is already a congested neighborhood. We're not encouraged to take parking from the neighbors that live there. I have to just mention, it's Commissioner Higgins' last hearing, and so it makes it extra special for me to disagree with you here. You called it a use your feet and use your bicycles. Not everyone can do that. So I just want to make sure that we are not excluding patients that need that extra service. You guys do such great work. We want to make sure that your work is received by all. And so for that reason, I just want to say I'm going to have a very hard time with this modification. I don't want to hold up your project moving forward, but based on the parking mod, I'll think about what I'm going to do in the next few minutes here. I also want to just suggest, and it's not really my place to do so, but I just want to say if there's any chance the Westside Clinic could work together with the neighboring gas station owner, perhaps find a temporary staff member for a temporary period to go and police that area, welcome your front desk to remind people not to pull in there, make sure that you call EasyLift and Uber and whoever else we have in this community that may not know better, may not know that this is not a partnership, but a private property. Do what you can do to be more accommodating and friendly to your neighbors. We all have to work together in this community, and we're not going anywhere anytime soon. And so I just want to end with that. I want to say that as a friendly reminder. We all want to try to get along. So I'm going to open up the floor for a motion. Commissioner Balke, did you speak?
No, but I'll just
apologize.
cut to the
Thank
chase.
you.
I will support the project, and I would like to make a motion to approve and make the findings accordingly as set out in the staff report.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second, and let's open it up for roll call. Let's do a roll call vote, Ms. Fennessy. Oh, excuse me, my apologies. Is there a discussion? Is there anyone who'd like to discuss the motion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wiscombe, go ahead.
I'd just like to know if this kind of benefits the applicant or the neighborhood clinics. If the maker of the motion, one of my questions was if there's unavailability of an alternative off-site parking should the 90-day period end and nothing has been discussed. Ms. Ostringer had suggested that maybe in the parking covenant we could address something that asked them for that says that there could be a 90-day extension from the community development director if they are unable to locate alternative off-site parking. So that gives them some additional time, is how I read that. Are you?
Yeah, I'd be amenable to add that.
To the parking covenant.
Second.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
And is that acceptable to move forward with a vote?
Yes, Chair Bonderson.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Fennessy, is there any other discussion before I ask for a roll call vote? No, and I just want to thank Commissioner Wiscombe for not forgetting that. That was very important in my opinion. Ms. Fennessy, roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Wrong button. Yes.
Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
And Chair Bonderson?
In honor of Commissioner Higgins and by protest, I will vote no.
Okay. Thank you. Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. So we are now going to close that item and move on to our administrative agenda. And, oh, yes, thank you for the reminder. I should just note this decision for the West Side Clinic project has a 10-day appeal period. That's 10 calendar days if anyone's interested. And we'll now move on to our administrative agenda. We'll start with the staff hearing officer.
There was a show hearing yesterday, and 2 items, setback mods, no ADUs, and doesn't appear controversial, and nothing has been appealed as of this date. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Do we have any other? We have Commissioner Lodge. Please go ahead. And before you begin, can we just make sure that there's no talking until you're outside of the room? It makes it really hard for us to hear one another. Thank you for being here today. Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, December 14th, the Creeks Advisory Committee met, and they had a report from one of the staff who has taken on the program of NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's called Ocean Guardian Ambassador Program, and that's been provided at Adams School. And the purpose of the program is to encourage children to explore their natural surroundings and to respect them and get to know what there is there. And it's particularly focused where there is a national marine sanctuary, which we have, of course, around the Channel Islands. And some of the children that have been involved in the program were there, and they're wonderfully enthusiastic about it. And ended with their actually going out to Santa Cruz to pull out non-native plants. So that's a program that few of us had heard about. Then there was a report from Jill Murray, who is the water quality research scientist, on assessments of water quality, which, that's the creeks, that's their big deal. And she had been asked to give a talk to the agencies involved in LA County on floodwaters. And what they've done there is they've made 27 diversion channels so that the water is no longer running out, the stormwater out what existed before, the natural course. And the idea was that it would slow it down, and there would be plants that would help filter out the pollutants. But the water comes through too fast. And that actually they are now looking at Santa Barbara because Santa Barbara's plan has been to looking further upstream and recognizing that it starts further up, that you need to pay attention, and the different things that we've done, that the city has done, bioretention basins and so on. So they're coming to Santa Barbara now.
So good.
Which was interesting here. She also she reported on the UCSB there. They're partnered with UCSB on water quality analysis because they have the labs and the students to do the work. And as was previously reported, there's a very, very low risk of bacterial infection on Santa Barbara's beaches. But then, of course, these warnings that come after there is a rainstorm and there is runoff on the beaches, then it's not a good time to get in that water. A big change for creeks, which you may have heard about, is that it is being transferred out of Parks and Recreation and into the city's new Sustainability and Resilience Department. So they actually will be moving offices from 620 Garden, where the Parks and Recreation building is, to 801 Garden, which is a building at the corner of Garden and De La Guerra. in mid-January. The city administrator decided to move the Creeks Division and the Mobility Coordinator, currently in Public Works, to the Sustainability and Resilience Department, which she felt that this is a more appropriate place for them. The department, this division or department was established to elevate the important work the city is doing in these areas of sustainability and resilience, particularly regarding climate change. So Alelia Parenteau, who was the acting Sustainability and Resilience Director for 2 years, is now the acting is gone, and she is the director now for that division. So that concludes my report from that meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Any other reports at this time? I just have a quick update with regard to the State Street Advisory Committee. We had a special meeting yesterday, and it specifically was a summary and overview to complete the outreach efforts. As if you recall, we had a number of open house events over the weekend and leading up to yesterday. So they covered community feedback and existing condition analysis information. There was reports on the public outreach events and discussions about the future of design. And then the members actually broke out into groups to discuss and to work together for over an hour. That's not something that we see very often, so it was very, very exciting. And the members of the committee finally got to put their own personal input in, which is really, really wonderful. And we've been waiting a long time for that. So I would say that it was a really wonderful meeting that kind of wrapped up the new year in a wonderful way. Excuse me, not the new year, the old year, wrapped up 2022 and all the hard work that's been put into this commission, into this committee in a wonderful way. I also just want to mention that there have been no new items that need to come here with regard to ABR. I'm all caught up on ABR. So there's two things I want to just quickly note so I can wrap up this meeting. I want to say thank you to our lady commissioners for all matching without any notes. We wore our festive red jackets, and you know, if we're this in tune for our clothing choices, we'll have some fun next year. And I just want to take a moment to thank Commissioner Higgins. This is his last time, at least for now, up here on the dais with us as a planning commissioner. You're welcome to reapply in the future and come on back. Since we reorganized the PC guidelines, I believe you have to take a small break, but we'll maybe see you in the future. But I just want to say thank you. You've been, I would say, a unique force on our commission. You are not shy about having different views or asking difficult questions or, you know, just taking a different position than everyone else. You don't go with the flow just for the sake of going with the flow, and I really admire that. It's inspiring to see that and be reminded that we should think outside the box at times, and I appreciate you being here. I'm glad I got to serve with you for a few years. I look forward to future collaborations. You might be here in the audience, but my statistics from Ms. DeBusk show that ex-planning commissioners don't end up in the audience, although we do have one here now. Do you, so I'm going to use that as your lead-in. Would you like to step up and make a comment? Just introduce yourself for the record.
Well, former member of the Trace Tundras, who sat over there, Mike Jordan, council member. No roasting tonight. I just was here to watch the other item, and I want to take the opportunity to sincerely thank Jay. As a couple of you others know who have done 8 or more years, it is at times personally and professionally taxing, all the more so when you're a working practitioner out there too. And so I too want to offer my appreciation for the 8 years that you've brought definitely a unique, focused style to the position, but you've done that as a cheerleader mostly, all the time. And I just want to say it's a pleasure to have sat up there with you, and also for the last couple of years to watch you continue to sit up there, and you'll be missed as part of this group. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here, Councilmember Jordan. Commissioner Higgins, do you have any parting words?
All right, I'll turn my light on for the last time. This is, and I'll be, I have a little script here because when I'm unscripted, as you may know, it gets a little bit ugly. But this has been incredible, and I'm better for it. All the hard work and tedious hearings. I can't say all of my colleagues are better for it, because I'll just thank you for your indulgences to what I hear is a very unique approach. And I'm happy to term out and let somebody else take a turn on the merry-go-round, or whatever the right analogy is. Maybe that is the right analogy, because I don't have any regrets, although I do have a couple votes I'd take back, taking a page out of Commissioner Jordan's book, but none of them are on Shoreline Drive, but they are in the coastal zone. I am a little disappointed that after so many hearings we've had here and at the council and in various workshops, we still don't have coherent, easy, deliberate rules to encourage the production of housing. But that will be for this commission to wrangle with. And I want to thank Commissioner Lodge for reminding us every once in a while that this community has wrangled with housing for a lot longer than just 8 years. So let me just give a couple of shout outs to Ms. DeBusk, who has been incredible leader, rudder. You're never really in the back of the boat, but you do keep us on track. And only once have I heard you say, "I don't know," to a question. But your demeanor when you responded made me think nobody should know the answer to that question. Ms. Ostranger, for keeping us within the bounds of the law. I'd like to do a tally of how many people who would who would win the opportunity to buy us all a round of drinks with getting her to click her light on, but I won't bother. It's been a fun distraction. Commissioner Wiscombe, who has worked harder than, in some cases, staff. I'm impressed with her homework ability to find things that not even our hardworking staff can uncover sometimes. So that's been great. And again, Commissioner Lodge, you've helped me shape my perspective about how things ought to look and how this process works. I appreciate that. Commissioner Wardlow, I'm looking forward to you taking the charge on housing. And I appreciate your energy and commitment and outspoken comments in that regard. Commissioner Bauke, you are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And we are very lucky to have you on this commission. You have incredible experience and perspective, and real gift for the profession, obviously. And lastly, Commissioner Bonderson, I really look forward to watching you lead this commission next year as chair. You we all got a sneak preview here today in the last week, and you're going to do a great job. So to all the staff that's not here, thank you for all your hard work and answering tedious questions and random questions and being able to address those professionally. There's no staff that's more professional and more awesome than the city of Santa Barbara. So appreciate that. God bless and enjoy the holiday.
Thank you. That's a lovely way of ending our meeting. And I just want to say thank you for everyone for being here today. The next meeting is tentatively scheduled for January 12th. That's the second Thursday of the year. So enjoy the long break. And I wish everyone a safe and happy holiday season. So that will end our meeting. Let's call the time at 5 p.m.